Check, 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 check. Hey, hey, check, check. One, two. Hey, check, check. One, check. One, two, two. Hey.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Cityscape Qatar Talks area. My name is Alexander Edwards. I'm the Exhibition Portfolio Director for the Cityscape events in Qatar, Bahrain and of course Egypt. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today to explore the fascinating and promising future of real estate in Qatar. It is an honour to be here in the heart of this rapidly evolving and dynamic industry to discuss the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. Qatar, with its rich history and remarkable transformation in recent decades, is an epitome of vision and ambition. As we look towards the future of real estate in this great nation, it becomes abundantly clear that we are now standing on the precipice of remarkable growth and innovation. Allow me to share with you some of the insights of what we can expect. The real estate sector in Qatar has witnessed unprecedented expansion in recent years, driven by the ambitious Qatar National Vision 2030. Under this visionary framework, the country has been dedicated to diversifying its economy, and real estate industry plays a pivotal role in achieving this goal. Investments in infrastructure, hospitality, commercial and residential properties have propelled Qatar onto the world stage as a regional and international real estate hub. One of the most exciting trends we see in the future of real estate in Qatar is the sustainability and smart technology. With a focus on sustainability and commitment to reducing carbon emissions, Qatar is investing in green building technologies, renewable energy and innovative designs. This not only aligns with their global environmental goals, but also creates a more attractive and viable environment for residents and investors alike. Furthermore, the state-of-the-art technologies are rapidly reshaping the real estate landscape, from the implementation of artificial intelligence and blockchain for property transactions to the emergence of smart cities. Qatar is at the forefront of adopting cutting-edge solutions to enhance the efficiency, security and comfort of its real estate offerings. As we explore the real estate in Qatar, it is important to acknowledge the challenges as well. The global economic environment and evolving market dynamics will necessitate adaptability and innovation. Diversification of the real estate portfolio and a balanced approach to its residential and commercial development will be crucial to sustaining growth and stability. In conclusion, the future of real estate in Qatar is a tale of ambition, innovation, and limitless possibilities. The journey ahead will be shaped by sustainability, technology, and adaptability. Qatar stands as a testament to what vision and determination can achieve in the realm of real estate, and we're excited to be part of this journey. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to an engaging and thought-provoking discussions and collaborative opportunities over the course of these 2 days event. I would like to now hand over to Johnny Archer, who is going to be our chair for... I'm not handing over to you now, no. We'll be shortly handing over to Johnny Archer, who's going to be the chair of the Cityscape Talks for the duration. Many thanks and have a good day.
Good afternoon. Okay, that's better. Hi everybody and welcome to Cityscape Qatar. I have the honour of hosting a number of panel discussions with you over the next few hours. In terms of what we'll be discussing today, I think we're going to focus on Qatar's real estate market and how much it's changing in recent years. It's been pretty turbulent in the last 10 years. We've had lots of issues both within the country and globally to deal with in terms of real estate market. Not least COVID. We've had the World Cup recently, which was fantastic, but it did pose challenges for the real estate market. And we've also had this huge increase in supply. Any of us who have seen aerial images of Doha from 1990 versus now, you know, we've all seen these images. It's grown enormously, and that has posed challenges as well. Over the next few years, I think we're going to see Qatar enter a new phase in terms of the real estate market. We're going to discuss in length steps that have been taken to try and, I suppose, help the market mature and stabilise, not least the introduction of a real estate regulatory authority, which is coming down the line this year. That's going to be the focus of our first discussion. And it's important to note that we know that the real estate regulatory authority is being introduced. What we don't know yet is the details of how that's going to emerge and what will be in it. Some of our panelists do have quite a lot of insight, but at this stage nothing is confirmed, so you just bear that in mind when we're looking at what's going to happen through the regulatory authority in the next few years. A couple of other major trends that we'll be looking at, and I suppose that are prevalent in the real estate market. First is sustainability, and that's the key word both in Qatar and globally in terms of real estate development. There's definitely a mindset shift in globally in real estate development towards sustainability. We're going to look at how that impacts Qatar and the effect that that has had on Qatar and will have. The other major thing that's happening in terms of real estate, and not just real estate, everything, is technology. Technology has had a huge impact on the real estate market in Qatar so far, and that's only going to accelerate in the next few years. So we're going to look at the impacts of technology and what to expect over the next few years. And the other topic that we're going to discuss is sort of investment in Qatar, real estate investment. And that comes off the back of how that might change with the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. That is essentially being introduced to make Qatar more transparent, make it more appealing to investors both here in Qatar and internationally. So we're going to look at the future and how we think the real estate investment market might develop in Qatar. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first panel. The topic of this first panel is Regulation, Policy and Framework. It's RERA's transformational role within Qatar's real estate landscape. The first panelist I'm going to introduce is Mr. Danny Kabani, who is the managing partner of Eversheds Sutherland. So, is Danny here? Here we go. Welcome, Danny. Next, I'm going to introduce Sayantan Pandey, who is the Director and Head of Infrastructure, Financing and Real Estate Advisory at KPMG. Next, there's Dr. Abdullah Al-Mashadi, who's the CEO of Al-Wab City. I think I saw him earlier. And finally, Richard Rayner, who is the head of valuation with Cushman & Wakefield, Qatar. I'm going to let you guys get comfortable while we wait for our fourth panelist. Either, yeah. Yeah, so we are slightly ahead of schedule, so probably explains it. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. That'll do, thank you. Okay. His arrival is imminent. Thanks, Adam. apologies, folks, this will be getting going very shortly. Okay, we will get started, and Dr. El-Mashadi can join us when he's ready. Oh, here you are. Welcome. Or, we did start a bit early, so apologies for catching you off guard. Yeah, it was meant to be 1:30, so apologies. Thank you, gentlemen. It's great to have you here. So the topic of this discussion is, we're going to focus on the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, which is being introduced this year. Again, we don't know fully the details of what exactly it's going to entail. We have a good idea from precedent in countries like Dubai and Singapore, but we're going to discuss what our expectations are for this. And I'm going to start with you, Danny. Briefly, just give us a quick background in terms of your experience in this topic.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this amazing conference today, an exhibition. What we did recently is to work with the Ministry of Municipality on the Qatar real estate strategy. This was also on the back of our work that we did, not so recently, but back 2 years ago with the Ministry of Finance and the World Bank, and that I will touch upon shortly, that involved one of the World Bank business indicators, which is transferring property. And we manage, for example, this is the good news, I'm sure most of you are aware of that, but in Qatar is number one in the world in transferring property between two parties. So in less than 4 minutes, you can transfer property between two individuals. So based on the positive feedback that we were getting in terms of from the government and the government support in terms of putting in place certain legislation to improve the regulatory framework about real estate and attract investors, the strategy's main point was to put in place the Real Estate Regulatory Authority. And this regulatory authority, as its name indicates, has a very, very important role. It will set up the strategy going forward. It will set up the regulations going forward. And it will be the source of data that is quite important in real estate work. So at the moment, as a structure, it is based under the Ministry of Municipality. It is part of the Ministry of Municipality. And Ministry of Municipality has sort of rearranged its functions and pushed down some of the functions of the municipality into the Real Estate Authority, for example, overseeing escrow accounts in relation to developers, licensing developers, and licensing all entities that have a real estate aspect, including valuators and other real estate players. So there's a big expectation as to what the Real Estate Authority needs to do. It was launched in May, so it is a bit early to expect the Real Estate Authority to come up with new rules and regulations, but based on my internal knowledge, and this is internal information that I can provide you with, I believe one of the first regulations that the authority will look into is the strata law. And the strata law is obviously the law that looks into the owners association within a building or a real estate development that includes several owners.
Thanks, Danny. In terms of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, and I suppose its need to come into Qatar, what do you think were the main issues pre its introduction, the main issues that needed addressing in the Qatar real estate market, and what type of regulations do you think will be brought in to address those issues?
Absolutely, and that's a very important point, because if you walk around here, you will find the participation of the Qatar Financial Center, Invest Qatar, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior. All this to say that a real estate project is not just to build a building and sell it. It's everything from ownership of land, development of land, construction agreements, construction issues and construction disputes, so involvement of the courts, in addition to strategies to attract foreign purchasers, including having specific residence permits in place in order to attract purchasers. So it's a whole environment. And let's not forget mainly the banks, right? Because we cannot have a framework, a policy in place without having banks participating, and the importance of having, because part of the real estate strategy we worked on with the Ministry of Municipality is to benchmark the different countries, the neighboring countries where the competition on real estate may arise. And you can see there's a huge gap in the lending rates. So, and the lending rates is important on two sides. You have the lending for developers in order to build and construct, which, you know, is based on an 80-20 debt to equity ratio, as well as the lending towards the public, individuals. And the question is, are the bank providing an attractive interest rate? Are the bank providing an attractive debt to equity ratio? What is the security required by the bank? So all of this comes into play into the regulatory framework. You cannot come in and regulate one aspect without regulating the other aspects. Otherwise, it's like a domino effect. It will stop somewhere and it will not flow.
It needs to be all-encompassing.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. Sayantan, feel free to just give an introduction before after I ask you the question. But generally, in terms of looking at the past and looking forward, how do you think that the lack of a regulatory body has impacted the market recently in real terms? And what are your expectations from the Real Estate Regulatory Authority?
If I look at stepping back, the purpose of looking at RERA, it's a twofold, right? One, you are ensuring that investor confidence is going higher by putting dollars in the economy. And second is creating a kind of ecosystem where the transparency, the stability, the sustainability will ensure that you have all stakeholders' interest has been protected, right? So these are the two purposes, right? Now, Danny already touched with multiple examples of different stakeholders. So the expectations, as we have seen in the region, a couple of countries already successfully implemented RERA. Outside, there are developed markets like Singapore where things has been successfully implemented. The expectation is, if we look at the overall project life cycle, starting from land to the operation phase, every segment at a land stage, what you need, who are the stakeholders, how those stakeholders would be governed in a regulatory environment where everyone has good amount of understanding of the data from a decision making purpose, and the risk of the overall journey is being at least known among the stakeholders. More importantly, whoever is involved, their interest has been protected. In the land stage to the under construction stage, of course, my fellow panelists will touch, especially on the valuations, financing, so on and so forth, what exactly the expectations by looking at the other successful markets. But also, if you look at, Danny touched the strata law, right? That comes in the executions and after execution at the operation stage. So when it is an operating asset and it is being owned by X number of owners, then how the overall law will dictate, right, from an association perspective. And it is extremely important because then people knows, investor knows what exactly is my money going, how the overall breakdown is. They have 100% clarity of the selling and the way it is being expensed out. The clarity is there. And uh, all the stakeholders linked with the respective laws has to be detailed out, and it is something which will take time. There has to be a roadmap which I am expecting to be rolled out, starting with maybe strata law, but looking at the entire project life cycle, how you are dissecting. Maybe in next 2 to 3 years, the overall journey would be very clear to all.
Absolutely. And I think a couple of things you mentioned there in terms of clarity, certainty, transparency, these are all going to be key and which you know, we think will develop over the next few years. Thank you for that. Dr. Abdullah, I'd be very keen to get your opinion as CEO of Al-Wab in terms of how do you see the role of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, and what do you expect it to achieve in the next few years?
Before we start with the role, I think we need to bring the sense of urgency, the sense of time. If you look at before the Amiri Decree of the 2023, the Amiri Decree number 28, you would see that we should immediately, I mean, forget about 2 years, I mean, we should have immediately got some action in place. Immediately after the top of the pyramid have signed agreeing to the Amiri Decree, I would have assumed that there is already a plan to be implemented. Otherwise, why would any ministry waste their time going to all the loops and hoops in order to reach to getting an Amiri Decree out? So the sense of urgency is very important, and if we are to capture the faith and trust of investors in real estate, we need to make sure that we mean business when we have decided to launch the Amiri Decree and get it out there. There is always the question, and I'm sure that everybody, or majority of people will be asking themselves, what is going to be happening in Qatar after the 2022? After that big event, how did we bank on it and maximize the benefit of the 2022? And I think this launch of the Amiri Decree is very important, but we need to see actions happening very quickly. As a real estate developer, I would love to see more people coming in, interested in investing, buying properties in Qatar. This is what our business is all about, trying to maximize the benefit for the landlord or the owner of the property. And with this Amiri decree, I think it sounds very good. It's going to be capturing the audience attention. But if we stay waiting for 2 years for action to happen, that's going to be too late. All that momentum that was created by the launch of the Amiri decree is going to, that momentum, that power is going to be dissipating in 2 years' time. And then I think we will lose the edge of, hey, Qatar have launched this. His Highness the Emir have signed the Amiri decree. Action should be happening immediately. The next moment of signing the Amiri decree, I should see actions. If I'm still wondering what to do, if I'm still waiting for somebody to give me an advice of what to do and how to do and so forth, then I don't think that this is going to be helping anybody, and especially the real estate developers like us.
I agree completely, and it's interesting you say that, because when it comes to like dramatic kind of evolutionary changes like these, it tends to take time, as in things don't happen overnight generally. In terms of, especially when we're looking at Qatar, which has a traditional real estate market and quite opaque, whereas now we're saying, well, what we need a transparent market, we need information out there. Do you think it'll take time for that mindset to change, though, because it's human nature that things take time to evolve? And I appreciate what you're saying, it needs to happen quickly, doesn't it?
Well, first of all, you need to have the tools to be able to load all the data into. I mean, forget about acquiring all the old data, whether we have had any good database where we could extract data or not. I know that the Ministry of Justice had a quite decent database. They kind of send their report on regular terms on what was exchanged and how much money have been invested and so forth. But again, going back to Amiri decree, what's beneath that? there must be an executive kind of procedure that is already in place, or at least have been thought of. One. Two, I need to have the tools, whether to buy them off shelf or to custom make them. I need to be able to acquire all the data into one database where people, and again talking about transparency, accessibility, and making sure that the investor in real estate is having that kind of faith in the realm of real estate environment in Qatar. They should be able to extract a certain level of information. I mean, and again, this is not something new. We are not coming with a new invention. I'm sure the gentleman here and yourself and majority of the audience here would be able to compare the experiences of different countries. And we've just heard, I mean, different countries have done it kind of differently, but after all, the resultant is going to be within an 80% of success. So
Yeah.
why can't we just go fast forward? Why do we have to go into the classical way of let's wait for 2 years or 3 years? That's something difficult for me to digest, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think you touched on something important in terms of, real estate information has been sort of between two different departments, different ministries, and we can't change the past. We can't, go back in time and try and find information from the past. I think it's important that once we put a system in place now, that the information is transparent from 2023, rather than worrying too much about the past. One department, one source of information that's clear and transparent, I think it will very much help the market. Richard, good to move on to you. Sorry to leave you to last.
In this time where ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, people are so scared of losing their jobs to a machine working somewhere in a basement of somebody. Now, why can't we see a faster motion of getting things done? I mean, time of the essence, and I think we're going to be not just doing justice to ourselves, to our nation, if we still go on the kind of classical way where things should go to step 1, step 2, step 3, step 10, step 1000. That is not going to be healthy. That is not what we desire to have. There is a younger generation wanting to just get things done. Yeah. If we still think in the very old-minded, classical people like myself, that's not going to be working. We need younger guys on the steering wheel, and the simple fact that Qatar has a young leader is a good indication on how fast we need to go. We cannot really let the country go in a slow motion. We have generated a momentum through all the projects. His Highness Emir have delivered a speech today in the council, in the advisory council, and he have focused on the decision making is being done on the top level is good, but then the implementation at the lower level is very important. And going into circles and dwelling into doing it in the very classical way is not going to be helping the nation to really go fast forward.
Yeah, I think the intention certainly be there to do what you're suggesting, so the signs are positive at the moment. Richard, just moving on to sort of valuations and how the regulatory authority might impact on that. So Cushman & Wakefield do valuations both here in Qatar, and we also do valuations in Dubai, where the real estate regulatory authority was introduced a few years ago. So how have you seen valuations? How do they differ based on that in the last few years? What have been your observations?
So I think the main thing in a developed market is that you've got an availability of good quality information. When you look at Dubai or the UK or the US or in Europe, there's a large availability of quality data, whether that's between agents or regulatory authorities or investors, and it's about bringing all that together. That's from a valuation perspective and from an investment perspective as well. I think what we see in the UAE is that they produce very good quality data, so not just the apartment that has been sold and the price, but they'll give you the sizing, the floor, the view, all the details so that you can drive good quality comparables. I think what they need in Qatar is something very similar. So obviously the pricing between different assets can be very vast. And what good quality data will provide is confidence to investors to know that they're buying at the right price. They don't want to be buying too low and they don't want to be buying too high. They want to be buying at a price that is deemed to be reasonable. And from an investor perspective, it's very important. That's the same for direct investors in real estate assets. It's the same for indirect investors in REITs. It's the same for valuers and providing reports to the likes of KPMG and to the auditors so that they have comfort. And then finally to the lenders as well, that they have comfort that all the data that's available has been used and that it's honest and open and reliable. And then they can then lend on that data also. So I think it's the entire real estate market which comes into play here. And the more data we have, the more robust the valuations can be and the more confidence there are from the investors, developers, and all participants within the market.
I think you just echoes the fact that the regulatory authority goes hand in hand with transparency and information.
And I think it's important to understand that the market here, a lot of people don't want to give away that information. I think it's natural that people want to hold that information to themselves, but I think for overall country development and real estate market development, it's important that this information is shared. And there are certain aspects that are obviously not too important to share. There are a lot of confidentiality sort of reasons behind that, but I think it's important that the main aspects of real estate transactions are available for the public to see, or certain participants in the market to see, whether it's paid for or whether it's free.
Absolutely. I think that goes back to sort of the mindset shift and things taking time, and when you're changing your culture in terms of the real estate market, that's an interesting point. Danny, just turning back to you. In terms of the introduction of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, what do you think are the practical issues from a legal perspective?
Yes, thank you. When we worked on, as an international firm, when we worked on the strategy and recommended and ultimately drafted the regulation to set up the Amiri Decree and the regulatory authority, we were conscious that its role is quite important in the practical terms. Because as you mentioned, Doctor, this has links to many government authorities. So you cannot set up a real estate project and have stumbling blocks at the Ministry of Justice because they were not aware of certain resolution. You cannot buy an apartment and realize that Kahrama is not aware, and then because you don't have a residence permit, there are delays in sending the electricity connection. There are regulations in relation to purchasing, obtaining residence permit on the basis of the purchase of real estate. There are certain executive regulations that have not been issued yet that we are still awaiting for. So the role of the regulatory authority is, in addition to creating that data transparency, because it is, as per the decree, the repository of and the source of all the data, so it has to be a viable source. It will be the entity that will create this web between the different authorities in order for the process to be smooth, because an investor needs two things. One, an investor needs clarity in the regulations. They need to know what they are getting themselves into. At the same time, they need protection. They need to know that their rights are protected if they end up buying someone else's apartment, an apartment that's not registered. There are missing data from the ownership of the land or the building and so on. So this is key, and it's not unheard of. I mean, if you buy an apartment in Paris today, for example, the minute you go to the notary public and sign, you can see all the different people who bought that apartment, at which stage and how much they paid. So this is information that can be easily available, and it is available. All you have to do is to be able to pull it together. This gives great transparency. This gives great confidence to investors, and investors, hopefully we will be able at the next stage as well, again from a practical point of view, to be able to allow investors to purchase apartments maybe remotely without coming in Qatar without being present physically in Qatar. That is also a possibility. Why not?
That's very interesting. Sayed, in terms of the introduction of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, do you think that it will act as a catalyst for growth in the real estate sector, or is it dependent on a number of factors?
Definitely it will act as a catalyst for growth, no doubt, because at the end of the day, you are creating a system, a process, a framework, which will ensure in longer run that the protections to the all stakeholders who are involved, more importantly buyers, right? Today, if you look at the number of sale transactions, right, in past 3 years or past 5 years, whatever the sales velocity, we strongly believe that that potential will increase, right, once the system is in place, right? People know what exactly they are buying for, how their rights are protected, so on and so forth. More importantly, in the ecosystem, if you look at the kind of risks today, maybe from the lending side, maybe from equity investors, not as strata buyers, but probably at a development stage from a development perspective, those risks could be managed in a better manner, right? And that is, I believe, from the overall real estate and the finance sector, that's the kind of expectations that structure and framework comes and ensures that the overall system is much more sustainable without much more volatility, right, going forward.
Thank you for that. Dr. Abdullah, you're obviously optimistic in terms of the future with the introduction of new regulations and transparency. When you look at your business plan going forward, how do you view it in terms of volume of sales? Where do you see sales coming from? Is it nationally? Do you think you can attract international investors? So what's your view of the future?
I'm a believer that once this decree has been truly implemented, you're going to be seeing a very big change in how business is being run in Qatar. I'll just give you a small example. When you go and buy a car, a second-hand car, you would love to see a good service book or service history book of that car. Those kind of information gives you a certain level of comfort when you are buying that car. Similarly, the property should be having a book of history of that property, like we just mentioned. Who are the buyer? When was the building completed? Who was the contractor? Has it had any problems, any fire that took place on that building, and so forth? That would give you a diversity of people coming and buying, coming and investing, deciding to, or seeing Qatar as a safe place where they could go and invest their money in. And I think the decree itself, or the RERA establishment, is going to be an accelerator that everybody is waiting to see. But having it really in the action, and I can't stress the importance of getting things done. I mean, I'm sorry, but if it was established in May, I was browsing the net trying to find who's the boss of this new organization, not known. Who's going to be orchestrating all the plan, not known. When are we going to be seeing all the plans, all the strategies, before even seeing the executive procedures and regulation? I need to see whether they have a plan. I mean, would their plan affect me as a current developer? Should I have anything to worry about or to keep my radar open on? There are many questions that are waiting to be answered, hopefully by knowing who is going to be responsible for this organization. Absolutely.
I think, and Danny, you mentioned as well, but well, it'd be great to have it all introduced. There's a huge amount to consider and to get through, and it's all encompassing. It's not just one thing. There's quite a lot for them to consider, isn't that right?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that we stressed on when we, sort of structured that entity is the involvement of the private sector. If you cannot have the developers on board, if you cannot have the landowners on board, if you cannot have all the stakeholders on board, you cannot make a decision. No decision can be made without a consultation process. So you need to be aware what is coming. You cannot be surprised of what's coming. This is a key principle, a key policy of transparency and regulatory reform, especially in real estate, because when you want to invest in real estate, the last thing you would want to see is an immediate and sudden change in law, right? So transparency is key, stability of regulations is key. If we have an existing regulations, let's use it. Let's not keep on creating new regulations every now and then. And let's bring all the stakeholders together in order for them to participate in the decision-making process, in the regulatory process. Because at the same time, you also have data. And what is important for you to do is to share that data on the basis of which certain regulations will be made. So that's a key principle.
Yeah, I think certainly from in terms of from a consultancy point of view, and Richard will echo this, information is key, and getting information. So we'll be delighted when this comes in. We've been calling for years.
Certainly makes my job a bit easier.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I suppose, something I was going to ask you. How do you think, from your point of view as a real estate valuer, how do you think the introduction of RERA will change what you do, if at all?
I don't think it will necessarily change too much. I think it just gives you a lot more comfort over the values that you're providing. So like I say, we cover all the major markets globally as a firm. So we deal with valuations in all the major cities. Within Qatar, things can be a bit more difficult just in terms of trying to get to a suitable value. You've got to bring in a lot more ambiguous data. There's a lot less detail. So actually, it's probably more difficult in Qatar at the moment to come up with sound values. We eventually get there, but it's a process. I think once RERA is fully integrated into the market, it'll make the process quicker, hopefully cheaper for the participants in the market, and hopefully the volume will increase because banks will be more likely to lend, people will be more likely to buy, and there'll just be a larger sort of market for the use of it.
There's more transactional activity, I think, and that's where I think maybe the market has been lacking is in terms of transactional activity, and all the signs are that the market is going to grow in the next few years, which should make things more clear, more stable, and give everyone a better picture and more certainty about property values.
Yeah, I think there has to be some sort of international investment, and not just international people living in Qatar. It has to be external international investment from a pure investor's perspective. And once you have good detail on the pricing, you have good detail on the rentals and the yields and the operational costs and all the structures in place, you can make a sound decision to compare an investment asset in Qatar to an investment asset in Dubai to an investment asset in Sweden or Paris. And investors generally don't mind where they're investing as long as it's stable and the risk that they get is reflective of the return. So I think overall there'll be more transactional activity happening.
And maybe a roadmap to real estate investment trusts, which a lot of our clients have been asking about the last few years, but I think we need that transparency in the market before they are introduced in Qatar.
Yeah, it's the same for any IPOs. I think you've got to have confidence in the pricing of that entity, and it's the same for a REIT. You've got to have comfort in the pricing of those assets. And once the RERA regulations are set in place and there's more investor confidence, it will pave the way for sort of indirect investments like REITs.
And I can tell you that attracting and retaining expats is very, very high on the government's agenda. And we're working at the moment on several aspects in order to attract and retain expats in the country, and in order to, sort of get the expats to live here, minimize monetary transfers outside of the country, and so on. So this becomes an even more welcoming. Look, I've been in Qatar for 26 years. For whoever's interested, after this, I can show them a picture of myself standing on the Corniche with just the Sheraton, no other building in there, right? So I've seen it change over 26 years, and I can tell you that the regulatory development has moved at a very, very high pace compared to what the country has seen happening at a very high pace. So It is true, there's always room to improve, but I can tell you that this is quite high on the government's agenda to be able to attract and retain expats, to be able to invest in real estate, to be able to retire in Qatar in the real estate. So there will be changes to the residence permit, for example, structure in order to allow people in Qatar who have purchased real estate to be able to stay on the long term and so on. So this is quite important.
I think it's vitally important because, you know, as much as we say we want to increase the amount of properties that are being sold, investment in Qatar, those investments aren't worth anything if you don't have a tenant who's living in them. So I think, you know, we need to sort of be looking at that as well in terms of bringing in kind of qualified workers to Qatar who are spending their 8, 10, 12,000 per month in rent so that an investor can make their returns. So, yeah.
See, the demand supply is a different discussions. When we are looking at demand for the leased assets from a tenant perspective, certainly you have to bring much more white-collar jobs, much more household demand instead of the total populations. But having said that, if I look at what the system will, once the system would be implemented and touch all the stakeholders, what it will bring is much more investments where probably the expats who have been staying, let's say, like Daniel, there are many who have been staying in this country over a decade, over 2 decades, so on and so forth. They would be comfortable not only putting money on a second home from an investment perspective, but also if required, looking at lease versus buy and going for a long-term call, right? Instead of still staying probably in a great leased assets, right? So that set of demand, which is today not tapped at all, will eventually increase once the system and the regulations are in place. Wanted to touch a couple of points on the valuations. So valuations today, what is there, the challenge at an ecosystem level, be it the valuer, be it the auditor, be it the bankers, is you have limited data which actually is coming, which gives the confidence. So if you have such a system in place, we expect that much more data points will come, which eventually will give confidence to select the right set of benchmarks, right? Which will again create that kind of stable confidence both to audit, from starting with the valuers to audit, to the lenders, and the variance today which we observed between, let's say, our security valuations and, let's say, our financial reporting valuations, that gap potentially would be breached to an extent. Again, de-risking the financing as well as real estate sector risk.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've gone through my questions, gents. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to ask one of our panelists a question? We have a hand up here. Have we got a microphone, Suraj?
Hi, I have a question for Dr. Abdullah. I just opened the decree, and in its second role, it says that the role of the authority is the collecting, updating, and analyzing the data. My question for you is, who owns the data in the country? Like, as you said, we have different real estate stakeholders, we have private companies, we have Ministry of Justice, and of course, Ministry of Municipality. The idea of the ownership of the data, would that be a problem to implement the authority?
I don't think that will have a problem with the ownership of the data. We only have a problem of collecting the data into a central place where the investor, whether internal or external investor, is able to see in a very easy and transparent way, in a trustworthy information, knowing what he's getting into, okay? So what are the options? I think we're gonna be seeing a real, true competition, very transparent competition in an open market sense, when we have a database that is really up to the level and trustworthy. Now, people who work in the evaluation, they could easily tell you that it's all information that has collected in a bits and pieces, scattered all over the place. and sometimes it's something to do maybe with the Qatari culture. We are a bit discreet. We are kind of holding all the information, and we don't like to just let go. But if this ever happens, I don't see that the ownership of the information is a problem. It's basically collecting whatever is important of information for the particular purpose, and that purpose is, for me as a developer, is this piece of land worth developing? What would I develop on this piece of land? A mall, a normal building, a residential or a commercial building? I need to know what's happening in the surrounding. I need to see what's the future holding for this piece of land. And currently, if you go on a Shamar Road, if you are a resident of Qatar, you will see that we have big chunk of retail spaces being thrown there. We have mushroomed malls like anything in Qatar. And that is supposed to be raising a question mark. Is it the right, healthy way to do so? Or should we kind of distribute them in different ways? So again, information are very important for decision making. And if we know what's happening in that particular development of the country, then we are able to cater for the requirement that will land whether locally or externally. Again, I think, and I'm a true believer, that being small is not a disadvantage. It's an extreme advantage, because networking in Qatar is so dead easy. Within the group here, I can get connected to each and every single member of the whole community in Qatar. Each one of us knows some people who know some people, and then we can easily build the web and link everybody to everybody. So when I am in a small country where maybe people who are on the leadership level are nothing but 300, so I can easily bring them all into one meeting hall and say, hey guys, I want to go north, take me north, that's it.
Easily said than done.
Unfortunately true.
Unfortunately. Just one more question regarding the networking. Now, there was a conference earlier made by the Ministry of Municipality regarding the real estate. Why is this conference different than this? Why isn't there some kind of an integration? And why isn't there someone from the ministry or even the Ministry of Municipality under today's exhibition?
I totally agree with you, and I will add my voice to yours. We should have seen somebody coming from that authority at least, or from the minister's office, because he is still the owner of that authority. So that authority will end up reporting to the Ministry of Municipality, if you have seen the decree.
Urban planning sector, from the urban planning sector should be there. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one point on your availability of data. I mean, the challenge is not only to get the data, and that can only be done through most probably a regulatory instrument, right? So you have to collect that data. All that data needs to come to the regulatory authority.
By the way, the data is available, okay? Unfortunately, it's available in different stakeholders, and each one, I used to work in the urban planning sector, that's why. Each one is taking the information as it's mine.
Proprietary information, absolutely.
Okay? Now the other thing is the government is working in one line, and the private sector has their own data in another line. Correct. There is unfortunately no linkage between them, and what I'm trying to say is that the government is, even if it's aware that there are private sector, they believe that what they're doing should be applied to the private sector rather than hearing from the private sector. And that's why there's always these one conference in May and then another conference here.
No, absolutely. Look, I participated as a speaker in the other conference as well, because I worked on the real estate strategy. But this one is slightly different. The other one was ministerial level, bringing all the regulatory authorities in the region. This one is more focused on real estate development, as you can see, and we still have the participation. Okay, I'm not part of the organization, but what I have seen is that you have the Ministry of Justice available, you have the QFC, you have the Invest Qatar, and so on. So there is a government participation directly in here. But just to go back on the point of the data, you're absolutely right, that data is available. To compel the different entities and authorities to provide that data, you would need some sort of an executive regulation. But the other challenge is for that data to be made publicly available to everyone, and in an easy way, in a simple way, in an open way, in order for you to make decisions based on that data. And not just limited data, it has to be all the data. So this is the role that we expect from the regulatory authority.
Just to echo that and give you a first-hand example, in terms of, I worked in the Irish real estate market before, and there was a property crash and there was a need to get things regulated. So what was introduced was a government portal. So every transactional activity, whether it be a lease or whether it be a sale, the vendor, purchaser, and the landlord had to, by law, register the details of that transaction on a government portal. So all of the information, there wasn't the choice of withholding that information. It had to be part of, it had to go into the public sphere. So every transactional piece of evidence was available on a public government website. So I'd imagine, something like that it will be probably formed something like that. I don't know for sure, but something like that, it means that the data automatically becomes sort of public and for the good of the country, essentially, and for the good of the market.
I believe we are expecting that whatever global and regional examples, in the same way things will happen. Say, it will take some time. There are existing challenges which we understand. Scattered data, sale data is sitting at somewhere, lease data is sitting at somewhere. The data extraction as per the key characteristics might not be defined, hence it is not coming in that detailed manner, which sometime back we were discussing on the valuations. So once RERA would be formed, the implementation, the successful implementations will bring a kind of platform which are expected to connect all the dots. So if we know that it's a land, we know the characteristics of land, what are the neighborhoods, what are the kind of transactions, so on and so forth, right? So that is the kind of expectations. I think that challenges are pretty well known. Hopefully the solutions will come and ease our life. Just want to add one point which we haven't touched from a data perspective. So in the current market, asset management, especially on the major maintenance side, is a kind of area which probably are not touched to a great extent, except hospitality industry. What I believe all other asset categories do have that need, and today it is not being structured in a way for next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, including infrastructure assets. I think that what RERA will bring also on this space is for investors to have 100% clarity. Because if you look of, let's say, Dubai or all other successful examples, you will see the rules up to that extent where you get the reserve fund provisions to be looked at, right, up to that extent. So investors will have much more detailed insights when they are looking at any kind of investments in future once things will be rolled out properly.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all. I think we've reached our allocated time. Has there anybody else got a question that they? We have one here, yeah.
Yes. Hi, thank you. Hi. Just on your question on the clarity of the data itself, and with the, I've been in Dubai for 17 years as a life coach, training and developing real estate companies. So one of the challenges with the data is that it goes out to property consultants and they are just calling investors left, right, and center. Are there going to be restrictions on that?
I don't know. In reality, we haven't seen the details of the system that's going to be put in place by the regulatory authority. We'd like to think that all these loopholes are fastened, and that there isn't gaps, and everything is done, as it should be, and everything should be perfect. In reality, that's not how the world works, and I'm sure over time things will evolve and it'll improve. And if there are issues like that, they'll be dealt with. But it's just a matter of waiting to see what happens.
If you allow me, I think I thank you for this question, but it proves the point that we need to go fast. Your question is way ahead of us. So thank you for giving us another reason for us to go faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you all so much. This has been very enlightening. Thank you. Excuse me, everybody. Just before you leave, I think we're going to recommence. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back. The next panel discussion we have is going to be on sustainability. Qatar's commitment to sustainability. The stage is set. Now, we have a slight change in terms of the panelists. Michael, unfortunately, is ill and won't be able to join us. Abdul Latif, from UDC, we have a change in lineup there. It's going to be Ala Al-Din Al-Sukni. My apologies for the pronunciation. He's going to be joined by Ajay Kumar from KPMG. We also have Mohammed Najjar from GSAS, who's running a little bit late, but we hope that he will join us shortly for that discussion. But we're going to start now. So Ajay and Ala Al-Din, if you wouldn't mind joining me, we can get going. Thank you, gents. Obviously, as we mentioned, there's a couple of big topics in terms of, and relevant topics in real estate at the moment. There's technology and the sustainability. In terms of sustainability, Ajay, I'm just going to ask you first, in terms of, I suppose by way of introduction, what are the big trends that are happening internationally, and how's Qatar comparing in terms of, is it at the forefront or is it sort of following behind?
No, thanks. Firstly, Johnny, thanks for this opportunity to be at this panel. Sustainability, I think, as we all know, is gaining a lot of momentum, both globally and locally in Qatar, and it's something that everyone needs to watch out for. I think the Western markets are more developed in terms of sustainability, so there's a lot of regulations that are there. In Qatar, definitely the momentum is picking up. With the global, the ISSB coming out with new regulations on reporting and disclosures around sustainability, I think it's mostly they're taking it very seriously now. Real estate has a huge role to play in that sustainability shift, and it's about a mindset. And what is heartening to see, at least in Qatar, when we speak to clients, is people are thinking about sustainability very strategically, rather than looking at it from a regulation or a compliance standpoint. Which is quite good to see, and with the COP28 happening in Dubai in November, I think that just shows the importance of sustainability within the region and the kind of focus that it's going to get, and it's just going to grow on from here, to be honest.
So I think it comes, am I right in saying, I suppose the Paris Climate Accord was the initial kind of step that gave people targets until 2050, etc., and then we've had the COP conferences. Do you think that these international conferences that are politically are needed to keep the drive going in these things?
Absolutely, and it's good you touched upon that. The Paris Climate Agreement, which Qatar is a signatory to, is one of the biggest drivers for this in Qatar as well. The Qatar National Vision 2030 has sustainability, which cuts across all the 4 pillars. And with real estate, if you say sustainability, it's mostly around the emission side of things and the environmental side, and what are organizations doing to keep up with that pace, and how can they make this less carbon kind of an environment. And for those initiatives are required. And as I said, the focus now is at a board level, where the senior individuals within organizations need to start thinking about how they can embed sustainability within the fabric of the organization. And it's not on a project-to-project basis. It's mostly about thinking about it strategically and how you can then take that forward.
And what are the main sort of drivers in Qatar sort of promoting sustainability?
No, so as I said, the Qatar National Vision for sure is one. The Paris Climate Agreement, where you have global temperatures below 2 degrees, I think that's definitely something that's there. The Ministry of Environment and Climate Change was recently formed in 2021, which just shows the kind of focus that Qatar has and wants to build in this space. And these are all major drivers for sustainability going forward here, as I see in Qatar.
Okay. And in terms of, as an advisor dealing with clients in Qatar, are you getting their buy-in? Are they enthusiastic about these things? Are they more hesitant? What are your thoughts there, or your experience?
So with our experience of working with clients here, what we have seen is it all comes down to the maturity of the organization and where they are at in terms of their sustainability journey. Now, being sector agnostic and just talking across the board, what you would see with clients is there are some of them who are more mature in their sustainability journey just because of regulations. They're operating in international markets where regulations are more stringent, and hence they have had to have the foundation set in place. but there are other clients here in Qatar now who are waking up to this and understand that there are regulations which would come their way pretty soon, and to have that, have the initial steps done to be able to deal with that. So it's in different stages in terms of maturity. And what we are seeing though is as clients are, as I said earlier, are approaching this from a very strategic mindset. So it's something that's mostly driven by the board, where there are calls taken in terms of what is the sustainability stance for the organization. Because eventually, anything that you decide from a sustainability standpoint is going to have business implications in terms of how you operate. And what is the implication of that in terms of the decisions you make has to be thought out very carefully upfront before you commit. And the good thing here is, to be honest, in the UAE, there was a flux of regulations that came in, wherein organizations were trying to move directly into the compliance mindset and start reporting on their disclosures without necessarily thinking about what is the impact of those, those metrics or those targets that you come against, and how do you report on those. So, as I said, thinking about this strategically going forward is something that I think Qatar is doing well now, as I see some of the clients moving forward. But it is also about building awareness, because it's a relatively new topic here in the region. It's just you need to see how you take the ecosystem along in terms of real estate to take that forward.
That seems to ring true from my own experience in terms of dealing with, I suppose, a lot of the global companies especially. There's this corporate responsibility to take climate change seriously. So when they're looking, for example, if an international company is coming to Qatar, they seem to be much more keen on ticking all the boxes with regards to energy efficiency, looking at new buildings and new sale with GSAS ratings, as opposed to older buildings. And you're seeing that as well, are you?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are many initiatives that organizations are looking at in the real estate space. Again, GSAS certificate, energy. So when you look at real estate, the key material topics from a sustainability standpoint is energy efficiency. There's your GHG emissions for sure. One of them, waste management, water management. These are all areas that are very key when it comes to the real estate sector. Now there is a lot being done here in terms of GSAS certifications, but it's about. So when it comes to sustainability and where the trend is moving towards is, one is you do need to have your shop set up in terms of how you manage these initiatives moving forward. But as regulations become stringent, you would also be required to start disclosing what are the initiatives that you're doing and what's the impact of those initiatives. Yeah. And that's where data becomes very important, which is one of the major challenges that organizations are facing at the moment.
Aladdin, you're the head of quality, health, safety and environment with UDC. In terms of, as a big master developer, can you tell us about the standards of ESG that you've been adopting? Sorry, I'm going to fly over time, and have you seen a big sort of difference in terms of from the original phases of the Pearl, like in Port Arabia, versus the more recent developments that you're doing in terms of adopting ESG standards?
So basically, thank you very much, Johnny. ESG terms evolve around 2004. And UDC has put environment and corporate social responsibility from, let's say, from governance, and having this responsibility from the day one when they developed the real estate in order to develop a very progressive and luxury and sustainable communities. So taking that into consideration, ESG is a modern term, and the UDC is set to embark as one of the first real estate company to disclose ESG, and fortunately we took a long time to understand the way you need to report, what to report, and how to report that. And at the end we took GRI as a standard. Definitely it's not that easy to go and report 100% everything's as in compliance to GRI, so we took a steady approach instead. So we are reporting in reference instead. So this enables us to learn and implement a new initiative, strategize, and come with a new approach in order to develop sustainably. That's already a reflection in G1 Island, which is one of the new development we are developing, and we have tomorrow a sign off with GORD to certify G1 mixed-use building to GSAS, and with the aim of 4 stars. This is a very good testimony to how UDC is approaching ESG from the heart of it. So I understand ESG is talking about environment, you have also social and governance. When you look at the environment perspective, this is how we approach it. And socially, we already disclose all the information we have, and we continue to improve them. So I agree with the gentleman about that it's a steady move. There's a good momentum about ESG. However, we need more. We need more to achieve. UDC took the lead, and we hope that would influence more developer to come forward and start reporting. Because when you report, we look into benchmarking. When you report, we start understanding what has been transpired in different areas and how we can improve them. So the answer, yes, UDC took an ESG approach from the beginning, and even without realizing we're doing it at all the time. I'll give you one example. Bear Island, the masterpiece of UDC, has an NVAC, pneumatic waste management system, and that itself is preventing several millions of CO2 being emitted by reducing vehicular movement in the area. And similarly, the choice of development itself being mixed use, helping with connectivity, increase workabilities in the design perspective. That's also something we're proud of. So that's all how the momentum and the design perspective going forward. And all this, what I mentioned, is reflected in G1. And we learn a lot from the Bear Island and the way we develop our project. And at the end, we have reflected so much of positive and improved ideas in G1.
So I suppose that's interesting in real terms. So Jawan Island is the culmination of lessons learned and practices that you've already been putting into place, but new technologies, new initiatives to reach to improve sustainability. So you've seen that in Jawan Island, is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the Jawan Island essence or development concept, it's talking about technology, how we embed smartness into the island, how to bring, for instance, smart lighting to conserve energy, how to embed some sort of technology to improve HVAC system management, to embed AI in this. So to have optimal operation, reduce consumption plus energy, and that will reflect ultimately on the occupiers or residents. When you have such environment you live in, you really appreciate how the developer putting effort and vision to ensure that you're living a luxury plus sustainable lifestyle.
So how do you look at that in terms of I suppose your bottom line? You know, you're a company. These technologies, these new the quality of the construction, I guess, it comes at a cost initially, an upfront cost, I imagine. So how do you take a view of that in terms of the longer term?
Indeed, if every developer would look at the sustainability from profitability point of view and how that will be reflecting on the occupier or residents at the later stage. From point of view, we always aim for a quality, luxury, and sustainable lifestyle. And those are combined by a good study and reflection on the technology you choose, which would eventually reduce consumption and reduce the expense on the occupier. To have this luxury and quality, there will be always some sort of standard you're gonna maintain. Our initiative is not about profitability only. It's about delivering a luxury lifestyle. And all this comes into a cost of selection of the technology. Technology is a very wide range terms, but it's evolving. Every day we see new things, we learn. It's hard to cope up, which brings us to the next phase of discussion, retrofitting. And that's another discussion we're gonna have, and how retrofitting is being taken even in the new building, not an old building, and how that can improve the way we live, actually, and the way we look at sustainability from developer point of view.
So I suppose the initial investment into these technologies will ultimately save money and increase your profitability and increase demand in the longer term.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's an important point, I think. Ajay, in terms of the market in Qatar, in terms of your clients that you're dealing with, are organizations in Qatar taking sort of a similar approach to it or viewing it the same way?
So, John, as I said earlier, I think there's this huge awareness curve that the market is dealing with right now, with players at different stages of maturity. And what we are seeing is there is buy-in now from the top in terms of ESG, because ESG now going forward is going to be your license to operate. There's no ways around it. I think to just touch upon the gentleman's point here on profitability, that's one aspect that needs to be very closely looked at, is that sustainability, if dealt with in the right manner, can unlock business value for you. And from a real estate standpoint, I think one of the biggest examples that we can see in UAE which is gaining traction, are sustainability-linked loans, which essentially, if a real estate developer is able to demonstrate that they're able to meet certain sustainability targets during the tenure of the loan, they do get preferential rates on their debt, which for major real estate projects can be a big game changer. Of course, you need to have that level of maturity in terms of the data that's reported and how you manage that. But those are things that, if managed in the right manner, can unlock serious business potential. And also, the generation of today want to work for organizations that are sustainably conscious, that have the sustainability story, because climate change is one of the biggest issues that we are facing as a nation, and we need to really step up our game in terms of how we approach that. And I think Qatar has taken a lot of good steps in that direction, but one thing that needs to come through is regulation. And regulation around what are the targets that companies need to align with at a national level. So Qatar, for example, has set a target of 25% reduction in their carbon emissions by 2030. Now that's a big target. So how do companies really align to that target, and what are the initiatives that they want to do? Because to be honest, the sustainability reporting side is just one aspect of it in terms of disclosures. But there's also one bigger piece there in terms of how do you lay the foundation for this reporting to take place, one, and it's a mindset shift. Because typically as a developer, you alone cannot make the decision to be sustainable. You have to take your value chain along with you. So the contractors that you deal with, the suppliers that you deal with, how are you ensuring that they are also linked or buying into your sustainability story? How do you build that into your procurement processes? There's a big range of things that they can deal with.
I think that very much echoes what the conversation we had earlier about regulation in the market. I suppose it's taking a holistic approach as a country in terms of how do we deal with all these issues, as opposed to leaving it to a certain sector, a certain industry to try and do their own thing. It's about putting frameworks in place, I guess, and changing a mindset over time, isn't it?
Absolutely. And maybe just to add, the Qatar Stock Exchange for listed companies now, so they have ESG sustainability reporting guidance at this point in time, but we are hearing that that's going to become mandatory very soon for all listed companies to start reporting on their sustainability disclosures. Now that's a big step, and once that's made mandatory, it might be too late for companies to start off on their journey then. So really, companies or organizations need to now think about what is the sustainability story that they want to buy into, how can they align to the national targets that Qatar has set for itself, and how can they do this while being conscious of the ecosystem that they operate in. Because sometimes it might be the case that you have bought into a sustainability story, but you need to ensure that your suppliers are all in the same line or same line of thought that you have in terms of where you want to take this. And that's the challenge that we're facing at this point in time.
I'm mindful of things that have, I suppose, happened in other markets and in other sectors as well outside of real estate. But in terms of what we've seen as governments having to or needing to put in incentives for energy efficiency, for sustainability, giving tax reliefs, tax breaks, and ultimately having to make things mandatory rather than leaving it to the private sector and companies to sort of do it themselves. So it's only when things actually became kind of mandatory that company said, well, we have no choice now, we have to get on board. So do you think that that's going to happen in Qatar?
Absolutely, and that's what we have seen in the region as well, right? So whenever there is regulation, that drives compliance, and then people start thinking about it. But essentially, we should be ahead of the curve, and that's been our advice to most clients, is that we do not wait for regulation to drive action. Rather, we proactively look at what are the things that ideally need to be focused on from a sustainability standpoint, looking at it not like a compliance exercise, rather from a strategic standpoint. And this is how do we unlock business value? Because from our engagement with clients, what we've also seen is it fosters innovation, because you start thinking about different ways of how you can innovate from energy efficiency to energy management to waste management. It just makes you think outside the box within the remit. And with regulation, and with disclosures, what is also important is data integrity. Because now if you're talking about tax reliefs and incentives, it needs to be backed by evidence that you can demonstrate, which means you need to have good quality of data. I think we have a panel later on the technology aspect and how technology can play a role, and that's where you ensure that your data quality is in place.
There's a lot of overlap there, really, isn't there, in terms of technology and sustainability?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mohammed.
Sorry for being late.
No problem.
I was like confused with the timing. Sorry.
No problem. Well, we're delighted to have you. It's Mohammed Najjar, who's head of the architectural group with GSAS. So we have very much a technical expert here, I believe.
Hopefully. Yeah.
I was going to ask you the introductory question, which was what's happening internationally and in Qatar, and is Qatar amongst the market leaders? Are we following the lead of other markets? So what's happening generally in the industry?
Yeah, this is very important question to answer, and especially at the regional level. I would say that Qatar has this commitment towards sustainability from the early days, and it is not like a result of a decision made at one time, but it is also stemming from the Qatar national vision itself, and cascaded to all of its sub-documents and the framework, the strategic plans. So you will always find this area in these plans where they are stating the status quo for the sustainability, how they're doing with the built environment and sustainability. At the same time, the plan and the goals that they would like to achieve. This kind of atmosphere and fertile, if you want, fertile environment allowed GSAS and the rating system to thrive in this environment and to do its role in getting most of the projects certified and implementing actually the sustainability measures. I have like few examples if you allow me, just explaining few of these. For example, Ashghal's commitment for the 3 stars in all of its buildings, all public sector, public buildings, public projects should receive 3 stars in design and build GSAS certification, and Class B, at least Class B in construction management. So this kind of commitment. Similarly, we have in the Supreme Committee in all of its sport venues, 4 and 5 stars in design and build. It's required. Even at real estate sector, we have the Lusail City, and it's mandating GSAS certificates and the green building measures to be implemented in all of its projects, even the projects developed by individual developers. So, and is giving also incentives for those who achieve higher star rating, 3 or 4 stars, by adding more built-up area allowance for them. So these main players allowed it and led by example, if you want, other developers, other smaller developers, if you want, and show them how sustainability is applicable, can be applied at mass scale and even smaller scale. And this what made Qatar is a leader in the region, to be honest, because they have the system, they have the will, they have this embedded in their national vision, and they have the system. GSAS is already there, and they can implement it as they wish. So it's implemented big time. We have more than 1,800 projects certified in Qatar with the GSAS certificates, and with total area of more than 250 million square meters. So we have a huge compared with the whole region.
It sounds like there's a lot of buy-in from the various stakeholders. We know of the Pearl and Juan Island, Lusail, and another developer. It sounds like quite a chunk of the market is really developing in terms of GSAS ratings, and minimum 3, possibly 4 and 5 stars. Is that right?
Yeah. The idea here is that the state itself invested in having this. Their commitment for the sustainability with GSAS made this investment being back for their efforts, instead of like keeping the projects doing business as usual. They tried it, and they were really committed to having the sustainability measures, and they found that at the end it's doable and it's easy. And with the time, with the technology evolving, the products prices are getting less, the solutions are being much more sustainable. Now we don't have any other options other than LED for lighting, for example. LED is essential. It's not allowed to import any other type of lighting. So the market is being also responding to these requirements, and we're proud of that, because we were like one driver for the market to go forward for more sustainable products, for EPD, environmental product declarations, for more sustainable low VOC content as well. All of these were really good driver for the market to develop more sustainable products.
Thank you. Aladdin, you mentioned something earlier which I thought was interesting, and it made me think of sort of, I suppose, a lot of older cities with a lot of older buildings. Retrofitting has become an issue now in terms of, or a topic in terms of older buildings being renovated. Now, Qatar, as we know, there's lots of newer buildings, and especially on the Pearl, which didn't exist 20 years ago. So has that topic come up yet in terms of some of the first buildings that you built, or is that an issue yet?
Actually, it's very very interesting and hot topic, retrofitting, and it's a nowadays discussion, especially with such Gord, who is big player in this market with regard to retrofitting. Just fortunately enough, UDC has took the initiative to start retrofitting without even discussing the idea of retrofitting. We have, as we maintain the city and operate, the upgradation and embedding new technology is part of our business from day one. And we have done so much to evaluate our buildings in support of institutions similar to Gord. And one of the buildings which we have embarked on is UDC Tower. It was not built in GSAS terms, but however, the environmental and sustainability conscious from the design perspective was there. And when we have gone through the certification, we easily obtained gold certification for a building which was designed in early 2000s. And this is a testimony for United Development where we have embedded sustainability from the grab roots. And that's allowing us to take retrofitting into steady progress instead of doing it one time or aggressively implementing or retrofitting. But frankly speaking, we've been doing it. We have also implemented several projects, retrofittings in collaboration with key ESCOs in the market, such, I don't want to mention the companies. We've been working on BMS system, intelligent BMS system, how the intelligent system would contribute to conserve energy, have optimal temperature, eliminates excessive PPMs, preventative maintenance measure in long run, how that will impact the asset cycle. It's very hot topic and would definitely come into realization that every old building will face it in now or later. But taking it steady and look exactly how you can take this opportunity to improve the way you live, to reduce the consumption, the way you are spending money on bills. This is a good way to start with, because whatever technology you invest in, there should be some payback period for it, ultimately. If that done correctly and with help of Gord, so we're collaborating a lot now, by the way. We have a lot of projects coming up with Gord. So you would have some assurances with such a player that yes, what you're doing would have a positive impact. The positive impact in reducing carbon emissions, positive impact in reducing expenditures, for example. So retrofitting is going to be the big market, and frankly speaking, it's required regulations now at this time. Gord is doing their best to regulate this, but we faced, as real estate, we faced a lot of obstacles to have a proper controls over ESCOs, who is bringing up technology to investors and real estate development and start having all these studies and claims, but how to make sure these are supported, how to measure them, and by independent body, because when you impartiality, it's required to have a proper review of what you're doing. So it's a, let's say, pressing need to regulate this now for a better result in the future.
I think that's it. When you say a better result in the future, I think it's pretty clear from the way regulation is going, from the way our social conscience is going, that if you've got a building that doesn't meet these certain standards in terms of managing sustainability and efficiency, In a competitive market, you're going to find it more and more difficult to find purchasers and to find tenants in years to come. So ultimately, it's going to hit the pocket in years to come as well, isn't it?
It is true. We had this discussion again with Gore. And imagine that if you're certifying your building from certain banks, you can get some residential loans with lower rate. And this by itself an encouragement for developer to start this. Not from design and build, I understand we cannot go backward, but start from how you can improve your building, get it certified, encourage the investor to come forward and have more investment, then you will have a good market rate for that. As my good friend here mentioned, that automatically we are doing it without realizing. LED lights become mandatory. So any light change in the building, you're gonna LED light. And I hope that will be all this material declaration will come more strict, and then you would have more item automatically retrofits without knowing. And this is a good step from all regulatory body here, and something where Qatar is leading with, let's say.
And Mohammed, in terms of construction and standards, is there sort of standardized regional minimum requirements or does Qatar have its own standards and UAE and Saudi are all different, or is it more standardized?
Yeah, in terms of standards and codes, we have the unified GCC code, and it's being under discussion for the last few years, and just recently we have published the Sustainable Construction Code in collaboration with GSO, the GCC Standardization Organization. We have prepared this document, and it has its flavor, because most of the other construction codes for this suite of codes were imported from ICC, from the International Code Council. They have the international codes where they are well prepared, but the issue of the sustainability in specific, it's regional. You couldn't like import it from USA or from a specific region. It should be coming from its context, from its regional context. So this was the main driver for us to develop it ourselves. We have prepared this one based mainly on GSAS, as GSAS providing as well a performance-based kind of evaluation, not descriptive, not prescriptive for the how much glazing you need to provide in your facade, what system you need to use. No, we shouldn't make it very descriptive for the designers. We need to give them the ultimate flexibility. Yet we cannot make it a burden for them to make energy models, simulations. It requires a lot hell of expertise. This is why GSAS was really instrumental in this area, because we have developed our own tools, which are very simplified, yet they are based on ASHRAE and SIN ISO standards. It can give you a very accurate estimation of the energy consumption of your building, yet it's very instant. Just you need very few aspects, very few parameters in the calculator, and you end up with a good measure of your performance. This is why we have implemented this. It's based on GSAS to have it, and we give them the prescriptive option as another option for those who don't want to go through the performance base. But we encourage the performance base, and this is our strength that we have added in the code.
Thank you. That's very interesting. It is a very interesting topic, and I thank you guys for contributing. It's been a very interesting discussion. I think we're due to move on. I'm not sure we have time for audience questions. Has anyone got a specific question that no? I've been told no. We're overrunning, so it's my sincere apologies. Guys, thank you all so much. It's been very interesting.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hi again, everybody. The third discussion we're going to have today relates to sort of investment and real estate investment in Qatar. Ultimately, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority being brought in, the ultimate goal is to provide to boost growth in the sector and encourage investment in real estate. So to discuss that, we have 4 panelists. We have Adam Stewart, who's a partner and head of Qatar for Knight Frank. We have Sheikh Nasser Abdulaziz Al Thani, who's head of business development with Qatafan Projects. We've got Hamad Rashid Al Naimi, who's strategy manager for of investment promotion for the Qatar agency Invest Qatar. And we've got Matthew Warner, who's the owner of Warner Wonder Group, a VIP real estate development desk special, and a real estate consultant to Sheikh Jabir bin Mansour bin Jabir bin Jassim Al Thani. So welcome all, gentlemen. In terms of the future of the real estate investment market in Qatar, Adam, Knight Frank have recently opened an office. Knight Frank being an international real estate company, you've recently opened an office in Qatar, so there's obviously optimism for the future, and there's a reason that you have opened the office.
Yeah, so we opened about 12 months ago, and at that time I think a lot of people asked the question, why on earth are you opening 3 months before the World Cup? But the reason is simple. I personally, and Knight Frank as a global real estate advisor, see the potential for the future of Qatar. It's economically sound, politically sound. The World Cup acted as a catalyst for major infrastructure development. It also acted as an excellent marketing tool for the country, and it was very successful in doing so. So, off the back of that, we've seen, I think a 200% increase in visitors in the first 6 months of this year compared to last year. From a personal perspective, I've had colleagues coming over from America, saying, we saw Qatar on the TV, we want to come and visit, we want to come and see how we do business here. So I think the World Cup, was just at one point in time, and it's, that is driving the future of Qatar.
Okay, so we're at a platform, a stage now where there's potential for growth and potential, I suppose, for investors to make money in Qatar, you think, in the next few years?
We certainly hope so. In terms of, the future of the investment market in Qatar, we have a lot of government initiatives in place driving that. So you had the expansion of the free zones, and you have, visas through the ownership of real estate and the announcement of RERA. So certainly all these government initiatives are the framework for driving investment in Qatar.
Okay, absolutely. Sheikh Nasser, so you're working on one of, I suppose, the landmark projects for Qatar, and something that we're going to see come to fruition in the next few years. Can you give us a sense of what's happening and the progress for Qatafan Islands?
First of all, Johnny, I would like to thank you for being on your panel. It's a very privilege to be in this panel with Adam, with Matt, and with Hamad. In terms of Qatafan Island North, Qatafan Island North sits at an area of 1.4 million square meters. It consists or comprises of around 4 to 4.5% of the total, let's say, area of Lusail City. This landmark project consists of 4 operational assets. One of them, of course, the main component of that operational asset is the Merial Water Park and Rig 1938, which is an iconic island away from the water park. It sits at an area of around 200,000 square meters. It has the world's tallest water slide with more than 12 rides and 12 attractions. Each attraction has 2 or 3 rides. Over and above, we've got the Rixos Hotel. The Rixos Hotel is going to be one of the only all-inclusive, full-board business models or hotel operational models in the state of Qatar. It consists of 347 keys and 10 chalets. Each chalet has 2 rooms, so it takes that supply to around 367 rooms. Over and above, we've got the linear canal, which is sandwiched with a retail plaza, festival plaza, and Arabian souk, with a total supply of around 91 retail and F&B units. The operational model for that is a direct lease to tenants and subtenants. And of course, we've got the Azure Beach Club. Now, in terms of the progress of the project, all of our operational assets are completed from a physical construction point of view. The operators are on board. We've got more than 900 employees from the operator for training and development purposes, and we're just en route to get the last licenses from the relevant authorities, and this will allow us to be fully operational starting, I'd like to think early next month, but I think possibly mid next month it will be fully operational upon senior management decision. Now, in terms of the project on a real estate perspective, the project consists of 146 residential plots to build villa plots, and from that we sold 129. We've got also the Dar Al Arkan and JMJ Group holding, which comprises of 12 buildings. This will have around an input of around 600 units towards the market. And finally, we've got the community center, which is a direct investment from the UK's Fenton, Wheel and Aplomado investment, which is also backed by the UK Export Finance. So in a nutshell, this is the island, and this is where we are in terms of the progress.
Well, it sounds like it's something that's going to be very much more in our conscience in the next few years in Qatar. We know it's been bubbling under the surface and coming to fruition, but we think within a few months there's going to be people moving in, and it's going to be a lot more active, I think, and a lot more properties available for sale for investors in the next few years. So that'll be interesting to see.
In terms of the operational assets, of course, we believe that due to the water park having a total capacity of 6,500 visitors at one given time, so the whole day you've got the operation starting at around 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. and then it will close by 6 p.m. due to the current laws in place, of course, the hotel as well. And the good thing about Rixos, or what we aim to leverage from having Rixos as an operator, is that they have signed more than 12 MOUs with tour operators to get charter jets, and we also aim to attract inbound tourism, not only focusing on the local market, but also regionally and internationally.
Thanks, Sheikh. It sounds like it's going to transform the sort of Qatar to some degree. Ahmad, we spoke earlier about, I suppose, in terms of the regulatory authority and the need to boost investment in Qatar to attract new investment in real estate. It seems like, for me, that there's two aspects to this. One is to attract investors, and the other is to have a market that they want to invest in, where there's lots of people living here, lots of people wanting to pay kind of money for these exclusive apartments in Qatar. In terms of your role in Invest Qatar, you obviously play a part in attracting business and industry to Qatar, which I think is going to be vitally important in fulfilling the role of having more residents here. Can you just explain what you've been doing? Because you set up about 4 years ago, is that correct?
Yes. So thank you very much, Johnny, for the question. I think in terms of the investment promotion agency and whatever we have been doing so far, we have been working on making sure that the messages about investing in Qatar and the information is out there in the public, and making sure that the business community outside of Qatar knows how to come to Qatar, how to start up a business in Qatar, and how to generate economic impact for the state. So that is one part that we work on by trying to attract investments and also promoting the country. The other part that we also work on is by connecting business owners or potential investors with specific business opportunities in Qatar. So say, for example, for real estate investors, we are hosting a lot of people that are coming for this exhibition. So we have a delegation of people that are going around as we speak now in the exhibition, and they're also visiting special sites in Doha, things like Qatifan Island, Qatari Diyar, and UDC, and so on. And they are getting to see the flavor of investment in Qatar. They're seeing the properties, and they're hopefully making their decision to invest. And that and business establishment, they go hand in hand. So if you have more businesses establishing in Qatar, then that drives more demand for the real estate sector. And also if you have more people deciding to live in Qatar and residing here, they can also establish their businesses in Qatar.
Yeah, it all goes hand in hand, doesn't it? Matthew, you have been based in Istanbul for the last 13 years, I believe.
15, actually. Yeah.
15 years, my apologies. And I suppose over the last 15 years, you've seen that market transform and grow. What, I suppose, lessons would you sort of say that Qatar could take on board from seeing the precedent of Turkey growing so quickly?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think actually there are quite a lot of similarities actually, and therefore shared lessons between the two markets, not least of which is that both markets have had extraordinary growth over the last 15 years. I mean, if you think about where either Istanbul or Qatar was 15 years ago, the landscape was entirely different. So there's been this extraordinary drive to modernization. And I think from an investor perspective, there are some, I suppose, there are probably four key messages that come out of that. The first is that drive to quality. When I moved to Istanbul, 15 years ago, I brought a whole load of investors, as that is part of my business, is bringing investors into markets, and I brought a whole load of investors to Istanbul, but there simply wasn't the stock. Even though they wanted to invest, there wasn't the quality of stock there. So over the last 15 years, that has dramatically changed, and now we're doing a number of pretty large investment transactions with global investors, which of course is great for the country. I see exactly the same thing in Qatar. This drive to quality has been exceptional here. And so that's the first element. The second element, if you bear in mind the huge quantity of development that's happened in both these markets, is that both governments had the vision to invest in infrastructure. Because if you do all of this development and you don't have the right infrastructure in place, the whole thing comes to a grinding halt. But both in Turkey and here in Qatar, the investment in infrastructure in terms of roads, rail, extraordinary, wonderful airports is fantastic. So second bit is clearly infrastructure. I think beyond that, I think the next most important thing is regulation. If the regulation doesn't permit international investors to do what international investors need to do, again, it's not going to happen. In Turkey, when I first went there, it wasn't in place. It gradually came into place and made a huge difference. The same thing is happening now in Qatar. The regulations are enabling investors, and that's fantastic.
Absolutely, and I think we all see that the improvements in infrastructure. If you look at Qatar now compared to 10 years ago, it's unrecognizable. So the infrastructure has definitely been put in place, and we're looking now as the regulatory authority coming in that we hopefully will be the next step in transforming that. Adam, how do you see the regulatory authority sort of enhancing the market here in the next couple of years?
I mean, I think you have these initiatives in place, as I discussed earlier, the expansion of the free zones, residency through real estate. But without the regulation behind that, the investors don't have confidence to enter that market. So, the first two things are drawing people, but at that last hurdle of the regulation, without that, they don't see it as a viable market. So it's essential that comes into place.
It's transparency brings confidence when people know what they're investing in, isn't that right?
Well, exactly. I mean, you don't want to, part with your money if you're not secure in where it's going, and that you can actually exit at some point and make a return on your investment.
Thanks, Adam. Sheikh Nasser, in terms of Qatafan, and when we talk about this regulation, it's not only about investing in getting people living in Qatar and Qatari nationals to invest in property, it's also trying to attract overseas investors. Have you seen any appetite from overseas investors at this stage in the Qatafan projects, or is it mainly from within Qatar?
Simply yes. 25% of the aggregate units and villa plots sold was through foreign direct investment. So this is number one. One of the first main developments that was announced was the Levag project. This project has been acquired from a land perspective from Dar Al Arkan, which is a Saudi-based publicly listed company. So this is number two. Number three is also the medical center and the school. In tomorrow's Cityscape presence, we are announcing the operator of the school and one of the region's first Formula One academy. And all of these investments has been made through international investors who are not residing in the state of Qatar. Now, I want to go back to Hamad's point regarding the road shows that Invest Qatar have been adhering to, and also thankfully inviting many developers such as Qtaifan Projects and the other friends and colleagues that are working in other industry players. So this is one. I think the regulation, as Matthew also mentioned, is a very important pillar in attracting foreign direct investment. As you can see behind us in the booth, we've got the Ministry of Justice. And the Ministry of Justice is a very key player in the formula of attracting the foreign direct investment, in addition to the Ministry of Interior when it comes to incentivizing offshore investors to get their visitor visa or investor visa or the golden visa, actually.
But that's very encouraging signs in terms of the appetite from foreign investors. Hamad, in terms of the property ownership reforms in Qatar, how do you think they have impacted the business environment and the attractiveness of Qatar as a country to invest in?
Right. Can you hear me? Yeah. So in terms of the property reforms that were enacted in 2019, they were very transformational. Qatar now allows property ownership for foreigners in approximately 25 areas. Some of them are freehold, some of them are leasehold. So that have impacted the demand. We are also participating, like Sheikh Nasser mentioned earlier, in roadshows, and we're taking the developers with us in the biggest real estate shows globally. And we've seen traction and we've seen demand from all the international investors because of these reforms that we have been communicating. And actually, I would just want to highlight, and touching on Sheikh Nasser's point on the Ministry of Justice, today we're participating in a government pavilion under the brand of Invest Qatar. So if you see, we're located over there. You have with us the Qatar Financial Center. We also have the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Justice. And that's aimed to provide an ultimate premium experience for any investor. So if an investor finds a real estate opportunity here in the exhibition, decides to buy it, they can talk to the Ministry of Justice and issue the title deed on the spot in the Ministry of Justice location. And then they can move to the Ministry of Interior to start the residency process. They can take their fingerprints, apply for the residency, and then complete the other steps later on post the show. So all of this have generated significant demand for the properties in Qatar.
It certainly sounds like progress is being made. Matthew, I know we'd spoken previously, and it's something that we both feel strongly about, is the quality of buildings and the necessity for, when you're building new, to build, not to save money in terms of construction, but to build the best possible quality, because that has, I suppose, long term you're going to get your money back. How have you seen that in terms of projects you've been involved in, both in Qatar and overseas?
Well, there's no doubt about it. Quality drives revenue, and so in the projects that I was involved with the company I was previously involved with, which is Astash Holding in Turkey, we set our mark out to be the #1 developer of luxury lifestyles, and we drove that quality standard, and the rewards in terms of the people being prepared to pay for that. And I think there is a flight to quality. I think people have an understanding now about what makes up a quality of life. It's not just, by the way, gold taps in the bathroom and imported marble and all this sort of thing. Actually, quality is about design. It's about a wonderful relationship between internal space and external space. A beautiful sense of place, and these are things that actually require thought, and it doesn't necessarily require extra finance. So we put a lot of attention into what it is we're developing, what are we delivering people, and what type of sense of place we're creating that will attract people. So I think you will see a drive to quality. It's already begun in Qatar, and hopefully with the projects that we're doing, and I'm consulting to one of the developers here, JMJ Group Holdings, and that the sheikh behind that company absolutely is committed to driving standards across the board. And I think we're going to see a whole new era actually in Qatari development, where increasingly they are world-class products, and I think that will drive people to want to visit Qatar to be part of that experience.
Well, and I think you're right. I think we have seen that over the last few years. There is this flight to quality. We have seen it on the ground here, and when we're advising clients, it's very much in terms of it's about quality, it's about design, as you said, it's about lifestyle, and essentially that is the most important thing, because in what is, I suppose, an increasingly competitive market, when there's lots of availability, lots of buildings, people are competing for occupiers, they're competing for tenants, and competing for purchasers. So ultimately, if you provide the best quality, the chances are you'll have the best chance of success.
And don't forget, the world, through COVID and everything that's come after it, has changed. People's perceptions of what quality of life means has changed, and the new developments that are coming through now are recognizing that and building it into the environments they're creating. And that's why I don't just say buildings, they're creating living experiences, and I think that we're in for a treat over the coming years.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you all. It's very useful input. Are there any questions from the audience that you'd like to put to our guests? Yes.
Sorry, I have a question to Matthew. Would you let Johnny know where your development is going to take place at?
Yeah, of course. So the principal project in the future that we're doing is in Qatar Island North. It's actually a series of no less than 7 sites, and tomorrow we shall be making announcement of the onboarding of one of the world's great architects, and I think that onboarding ceremony is on the Qatar project stand at around 5 o'clock, I think it is, Sheikh Nasser, and that really is another milestone in the movement forward. And I will finish my comment, probably I've gone on too long, with just a reference to the previous panel. For those that weren't here for that, it was a panel on sustainability. I am a huge advocate of sustainability in projects. I think it's part of this changing world, this recognition of the spaces that we live in, and the effect that they have on our planet. So I think that new projects are also going to see a drive towards sustainability, which will pay dividends from an investment perspective in years to come.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, guys. Very interesting, and I think there's lots to get excited about in terms of the future of the real estate market here in Qatar. Thank you all. Excuse me, everybody. Hi, sorry if I could just have your attention. The next speaker, who's just coming on stage now, is Mr. Adrian Camps. Adrian has been in Qatar for many years. He's head of valuation and consultancy with Capstone Property, and he's going to talk to you about creating confidence in Qatar's real estate market to promote investment. Thank you, Adrian.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honoured to be speaking here today on behalf of RICS, which is the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and the subject is about confidence in Qatar's real estate market to promote investment. So, as we've heard earlier, Qatar has transformed itself over the last 10 years. World-class real estate infrastructure. They hosted the most successful FIFA World Cup ever. However, with all these positive drivers, Qatar is lagging behind other markets in the region for FDI, and I will go into that in a bit more detail later. Part of the reason is opaque market, limited market regulation, and as you'll see later, Qatar needs to attract more FDI from investor markets. I think that's been agreed between all the speakers here. So we need to target overseas investor, tourism-related visitors, and following the World Cup, a successful World Cup, Qatar is in the world spotlight and needs to act now. I heard earlier somebody says, don't lose the time envelope. So it's important to act now. We fortunately have the Real Estate Authority, which has been created, which will help us in this investment journey. So I'm going to look at, firstly, demand supply, demographics, tourism, and the Qatar market. So fundamental to any real estate system is real estate demand and supply. It's like most other markets. The pricing is governed by the balance between supply and demand. So down the bottom we've got some demand drivers, supply drivers, population, economically active, balanced against the total supply of real estate. Populations in many mature markets, Western markets, consistently outstrip supply. The population is expanding at a greater rate than they can build housing. This is the same in most Western markets, and that tends to give good support to the rental and the capital values in the markets. So the rents and capital values tend to increase over the economic cycle. Markets are impacted by rising ownership costs, and obviously the recent rises in the interest rate after a very sustained period of low interest has had an impact on the market throughout the world. Real estate developments that were profitable 5 years ago may no longer be so. Low demand, increasing supply can lead to falling rents and prices. So some demographics of Qatar. So the Qatar population increased 42% in the last 10 years, which is a significant increase. In middle of the year it was just under 3 million. But obviously only economically active participants contribute to the real estate market. The working population is just over 2 million in 2020. 500,000, 25%, are white collar, 15% support staff, 1.2 million, so 60% are manual workers that contribute little to the economic activity and to the real estate market. We also have about 345 economically inactive who are students, homemakers, and you can see in the bottom right hand corner the distribution of population. If you compare this with other regional markets, the UAE population is 9.5 million and the Saudi population 37 million. So they have a much bigger inside demand, internal demand than Qatar. So one source of investment is to convert tourists into investors, and to do that you need to get the tourists here in the first place. Tourism arrivals peaked in 2015, then we had COVID. Arrivals recovered to 87% in 2022, and the trend has continued with annualized arrivals of 4 million at the middle of this year, which is quite impressive. So Qatar is now a tourist destination. It's had a lot of positive PR on the world stage. Everyone knows where it is. Hamad is a major airport, a major hub. Qatar Airways is a leading airline. 10 million passenger movements in quarter 1 2023. So there's good potential to leverage on that tourism to get additional investment. Qatar market is oversupplied at the moment in most sectors. ValueStrat, a local company, estimates 341,000 residential units and another 9,600 to be delivered to the market this year, which is quite big numbers. Delivery of additional units will cause deterioration in the market unless that's balanced by an increase in demand. So while we're building more units, we need to slow the delivery of units into the market. So perhaps some sort of development control should be thought about. The problem is that obviously development is a major economic driver in the Qatar market, so that would have to be thought about carefully and maybe phased in. Sorry. So you've got the message there, oversupply equals falling rents and values. So we need to try and balance the oversupply with some additional investment. So is FDI the answer? How to build market confidence? What impact do international standards have on that? And what do investors want? Is foreign domestic investment the answer? If you look at the graph at top right, shows that Qatar is a long way behind some of the other markets here in attracting FDI. The UAE has the highest regional FDI, and it is a regulated market, highly regulated market. The table at the bottom right shows you that many buyers are from outside the Middle East. Obviously, Middle Eastern investors are very strong, a massive source of income here, but maybe Qatar needs to look a little bit beyond those investors and attract some new ones. So what's to stop these investors coming in? Qatar's opaque market, that's a word I've heard in several speeches today. Qatar is not a transparent market, which makes it slightly unattractive to investors. And I think it's all been agreed today that market regulation is essential. But to have effective market regulation, you need to build it on international standards. So we have a level playing field with other world markets. You need quality data and you need transparency. So implementation by RIA will help. So how to build market confidence? On the right-hand side, you see Transparency Index, which is produced by JLL. That's quite interesting. Qatar comes in at number 71. Ahead of it, we've got Dubai at 31, UAE at 45, Saudi at 49, and some surprising entrants there between Saudi and Qatar. So not a very good ranking for Qatar, and I've been monitoring this for a few years, and the ranking hasn't actually improved very much. So investors prefer regulated markets with professionalism. You need to display professionalism to your customers. Market transparency is important. You need reliable information to base investment decisions on. What do investors want to know when they're getting into a market? They want to know they're paying the right price, and they want to know how they can get out of that market after their investment period. So they need reliable information and data for that. And that is available in most sophisticated Western markets. So brokers are Qatar's shop window to investors. They're perhaps the first contact that investors come into when contemplating investment. So brokers should be trained, assessed and licensed. Valuation professionals. Valuations support bank lending, they support investor decisions. So valuers need to be trained and licensed. And the valuations need to be IFRS, IVS compliant. IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, IVS, International Valuation Standards. There needs to be regulation of off-plan developments as in other markets. I think that's on its way. There have been announcements recently. And as with any market, if you encounter problems, you need to be able to resolve them cheaply and quickly. So international real estate standards provide certainty and comfort, and I'll be saying a little bit more about that. So what are international real estate standards? In the triangle you can see I've listed some of them. We've got standards of conduct, brokerage standards, IPMS, IVS and IFRS. So there are many standards that affect real estate. And what's the importance of standards? The importance is to compare apples to apples around the world. So if you're contemplating buying an apartment in the Pearl at 13,500 riyals a square metre, you need to know that the measurement of that square metre is the same as it is in London or New York. So maybe that square metre in Qatar may include a lot of common area, it may include car parking spaces. So if it has all these extraneous bits in, you can't compare like to like. So the IPMS is a way of measuring that to get consistency around the world. Again, professionalism is the word that I want you to take away from this talk. Professionalism in brokerage and property management. Professionalism in all sectors. Treating people fairly. So what we should be doing is implementing professional standards for all real estate personnel, everyone that investors come into contact with. So what do investors want? Okay, I've split this into business and personal. Businesses want incentives. They will shop around. They'll find the best deal in tax breaks, capital repatriation, construction processes, making life easy, a steady stream of labour, affordable. Personal, it has to be affordable. It needs to be a pleasant lifestyle, easy sale purchase process, good rental returns, and what everyone wants is market stability, transparency, accurate data and reasonable holding costs. So I've just put down there Qatar residence by real estate investment. 200,000 gets you a 5-year, $200,000 5-year renewable residence, and 1 million gets you permanent residence with all the benefits. So that's health and education. And it's quite a competitive offer. It's a good offer compared with other regions. So some solutions. So that graphic there is about developing market professionals. The first thing to do is to train your professionals. And once you've trained them, you need to assess them to check they're up to standard. You then need to license them, so you know what they're doing in the market and you can regulate them. They need to continue to learn and develop professionally with continuing professional development. And you then need to audit them to check they're doing what they should do. And if they're not, you need to sanction them. So what else we need? We need solid data for valuations and investors' purchase decisions. This is incredibly important. All property valuations and transactions are underpinned by data. It's one of the main methods as valuers we use, comparison method, comparing other transactions that have gone ahead. But you also need to know that that data is sound and it's produced on a regular basis. There should be a training program for all REA staff. They need to fully understand the implications of the property market and to be able to answer people's queries from a position of knowledge. As I said before, training, assessment and regulation of brokers and valuers, and international standards. So the international standards should be the foundation, they should be the bedrock of REA. This is what all the decisions and regulation and everything should be based on. So doing everything the same way as the rest of the world. And again, on that point, adopt IFRS, IBS Red Book standards. Again, standardization around the world. Finalize the developer law. Buying off plan without the escrow, without the regulation, is risky. And so this is a very, very important aspect to attract FDI into off-plan development. Limit new construction, that one will be a controversial one and needs to be thought about very, very carefully because there's obviously a direct impact on the economy. But until you get an increased take-up of real estate, increased buyers, you don't want to keep on putting more units into the market. You want to slow that delivery. And they need some good developer-supported marketing of real estate to target markets. So we obviously had somebody up here from Invest Qatar earlier, and it's good to see that they have a very professional offer. But that needs to be really targeted with a message similar to the way the tourism people are doing it. Very, very professional. And again, the word professionalism in all sectors. So what should REA deliver to the Qatar market? This is a massive scope, and I've tried to simplify it into a few different sectors. But brokers, as we've said, training. There are some concepts there which are interesting. Misrepresentation, that's not really a word that comes in the Qatar market. That's making sure that your property particulars are accurate. Broker v agent. An agent in other markets has a responsibility to his client only. He can only act for one client. A broker is a freelancer who owes nothing to anyone and is just interested in his own situation. So assessment licensing, consumer protection, that is massively important to have redress if you feel you're being badly treated. Transparency you've already dealt with. Dispute resolution, quick and cheap resolution of disputes. Valuers, most of this have gone through already, but standards again, training assessment, and that produces certainty which underlines the whole market. One of the biggest factors in the global depression was inaccurate property valuations. So they are immensely important in the market to drive confidence. Developers, as we said, regulation of off-plan developments, stage payments linked to progress, escrow, and control of that. And strata, I heard that earlier. You need fair treatment of investors. So you invest in your tower, you need to know that your service charge is fair, that it's not including a profit element from the owner, and you need to control the holding costs. Holding costs in Qatar can be quite high compared with the rest of the world. Part of it is to do with the chilled water system. So achievements to date. There are several ministries working on the foundations of RIA. I'm not sure the final responsibilities have been allocated yet. Qatar Law 2022 is brokerage regulation. That's being done by the Ministry of Justice. But at the moment, there's no differentiation between brokers and valuers. So the establishment of RIA. Ministry of Municipalities are working on new data portals. That's quite advanced. We as RICS have been consulting with them and advising them. Real Estate Development Licensing Committee to regulate off-plan developments, I've already said. Mortgage offers. Clearly mortgages and finance is very important to any market. There's a sliding scale of loan to value 80% maximum, which is for Qataris on existing development, down to 50%, which is for foreigners on off-plan development. And obviously developers offer their own finance as well. Qatar Investment Promotion Agency is actively promoting inward investment. I was talking to them earlier and they have a very good offer there. Conclusion. So exciting times for Qatar's real estate market. We're moving forward. And as you travel around the world, all the famous places that are iconic, when you look at them and you think of what you have in your home market, actually what we have here is amazing. The real estate offer here is fantastic. It's a friendly and tolerant society. It's an easy place to live, and a nice place for expatriates. The residence offer is pretty good, and get it right, RIA and international real estate standards will deliver the required market confidence. You need a targeted marketing campaign, and all those factors, if they're put together correctly, will increase FDI into the market. So just a little bit of self-promotion here, a bit about the RICS. Not everyone knows who RICS are. It's the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, headquartered in London, but it's an international organisation. They're about standards, they advise governments, it's about market regulation, getting things right, doing things the best in the world. We've been around since 1868, 134,000 professionals around the world. And RICS is a professional qualification of the same standing as a lawyer or accountant, which is important. It's not just something you get by filling in a form online. It's quite tough to get there. But having said that, we welcome new members, and all the property professionals sitting here in this audience should seriously consider membership. There are various different pathways for people who have a lot of property experience. There's something called the senior professional route, and that is a streamlined way of getting into the profession and getting those recognised qualifications. These are some of the people we deal with, all big names, governments, very influential organisations around the world. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much. If you're interested in membership, visit rics.org or come and speak to us later. May Reid, who's the manager here, is sitting in the audience, so be very happy to talk to you about it, and I'm very happy to take any questions. Any questions? No? Oh yes, question there.
Some of the statistics that you showed on the second slide regarding the population, current population in Qatar, you also mentioned that a great number of these people do not contribute to the current economy.
That's right.
So how is this going to help the real estate to move forward if most of the population are not productive?
Well, yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it's a challenge. That's what I was saying. So you compare with the. Sorry, it's taking a lot of time to jump back. It doesn't help. It's a big challenge because you have a small local market, and okay, it's a wealthy market, but that is why you need to attract outside investment, because there simply aren't enough people here. So if you look at the Saudi population, 37 million, they have a problem housing their people.
Yeah, but Saudi is the geographic area is much bigger than here. So if we relatively, I think with the size of Qatar, it's much smaller. That's why we have smaller population. But maybe I was referring more to the composition of the population of Qatar right now. Most of them are, as you mentioned, manual workers. So it's not the number as much as the quality of the people.
Absolutely, yeah. You're right. And as I said, it's not a good thing, it's a challenge. So it's a challenge that needs to be addressed. And obviously the easiest way to address that is to attract more investors from outside. If you haven't got the investors in your country, then you need to attract them from outside.
Okay, one more thing you mentioned about tourism, that Qatar is trying as part of its diversification plan to invest more into tourism. But it's not mentioned here what kind of tourism. Is it like back home in Egypt we have tourism for the old cities and stuff like that, but here tourism is not really clear as which part of tourism you are mentioning.
Well, generally, obviously looking for wealthy tourists. So we have cruise ships coming to Qatar. So you'll have a good level of wealth in cruise ship passengers. It's a hub, and obviously Qatar Airways have been trying to get people who are on transfers to stop off in Qatar and taste it. So you can attract businessmen who are travelling around the world. They can get a pied-à-terre here in Qatar. But yes, you're generally attracting people with money from these different sources.
Thank you. With the introduction of single visa for all the, let's say, Middle East countries, it's about to be established coming in January. And also, at the same time, huge developments happening in Saudi. How do you see that impact in the real estate of Qatar? Because we all know the cultural conservation ideologies of Qatar, and Saudi trying to relax a bit on each sides or like some peripheries. Will this have altogether have a positive impact or like negative impact, especially in 2024?
I think it will be both. Qatar is in a different market from Saudi. There are things available in Qatar that aren't available in Saudi, and there are things available in Saudi that aren't available in Qatar. So they're slightly different markets. Saudi is having a big drive at westernizing its market there to attract more Western visitors, whereas Qatar is pretty much there. Qatar doesn't really need to change its offer because it's, as I said, a liberal society, easy place for expats to live. I think Qatar needs to prove to the world that they are there, and I think it will take a little time. I mean, Dubai has been in the market since, what, early 90s, been actively promoting investment into real estate. So it takes time to build that up, to build up the confidence in the market. So yeah, there will be some competition, obviously, and maybe Saudi developments might be a bit cheaper. I don't know, but I think focus on the Middle East as an investment place is good. There are plenty of investors to share the cake around. But yeah, I take your point. It will be a competitor. It may also help. Sorry, I didn't catch it. I don't think so. I think Qatar, sorry, the question was, will Qatar be a corridor? I don't think so. Qatar has its own identity. It has its advantages and disadvantages. It is an immensely wealthy country, so I think that's an important aspect, that the property market will not fail in Qatar. It won't be allowed to fail, whatever happens. There are first-class investments here, and everything is looked after and well presented. I think I'm being told time's up. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian. Hi, everybody. The next topic for the discussion panel is technology and its transformative role within Qatar's real estate ecosystem. I'm delighted to welcome Saad Ahmed Sharif, who's the CEO of Detente Technologies, Hassan Akbar Al-Bakr, who's the Executive Director for the Commercial Sector in United Development Company, and Nizar Hnaini, I hope the pronunciation is okay, Technology and Digital Partner Advisory for KPMG. So, gents, thank you all for coming here and joining me on the panel. Nizar, I'll start with you. In terms of the main digital global trends affecting the real estate sector, what do you think are the sort of topical issues at the moment?
Can you hear me? Great. Thank you for having me today, and thanks for giving us the opportunity as KPMG to present our views in this very nice and exciting event. It's good to see a vibrant event today, a lot of stakeholders, which gives us hope that there will be some movement in this key sector of the economy. Globally, real estate is a driver for the growth of the economy, and for sure here in Qatar. To come to your question regarding the technology trends, I mean, we've seen in the last, especially in the last decade, but also this year, with topics like generative AI, the major impact that technology can have on any sector. Now, when we talk about transformation, it's mainly digital transformation. There is no transformation, there is no strategy that does not include digital at its core. And digital is beyond technology. Digital includes also our understanding of our business internally, how we can improve our processes, how we can change our business model and our processes to harness the power of the technology, and also on the front side, on our interaction with our clients, how we use this technology to improve. And again, real estate sector is a sector where there are different areas where technology could be used. We can name a few. We said Gen AI, generative AI. This is definitely an area that all real estate developers should be active in. Now, how our consumers are experiencing services is changing, and Gen AI will be a key area in consuming services. Like I can see in the last 6 months a major trend coming, that users want to chat and ask all sorts of questions, and they want not the classic chatbot, but a smart Gen AI chatbot to talk to, who can predict some of the questions, be ready to give accurate information, customized information that will help answer the questions of those customers. So real estate developers need to be active, need to start thinking of deploying AI and Gen AI. This is one of the technologies. Of course, IoT is not a new technology, but still underutilized. We know that IoT, Internet of Things, today we have 15 billion connected devices globally, and we are expecting by 2030 this number to double. We'll be with around 30 billion connected sensors and equipment. And in real estate, so many use cases are there to use the power of IoT, be it predictive maintenance, be it energy efficiency, understanding customer patterns. So a lot of use cases that could still be used. Many techs, but I will say also one important thing, with all those new technologies coming, we need to be aware of the cyber aspects. There is always an inherent threat with technology that someone could abuse. So we need to make sure we have the right privacy policies, we respect our customers and our employee data, and we have the right cyber practices to avoid any issues coming with deploying the technology.
Thank you. I find that fascinating. So there's twice as many connected devices in the world as there are human beings, almost.
Yes, and that will grow more than humans for sure.
Hussein, I suppose as master developer of UDC, over the last number of years, from a practical sense, I imagine technology and new technologies have a big influence on what you do as a developer. Can you just give us an example of how you're adapting these new technologies in your rollout in the Pearl?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everybody for being here. I would like to thank you for inviting us over this wonderful panel. My name is Hussein Al-Bakr. I'm the Executive Director Commercial of UDC. So just to answer your question very briefly, like my colleague mentioned earlier, that everybody is focusing on technology these days, so we thought especially focus in order to pass a message quicker, to diversify the normal day-to-day activities into converting it into something commercial, having it on a digital platform, you have a higher, return on investment. And since we at United Development Company is a development company, we look at increasing and growing, having growth year by year into our revenue generating elements. So coming to an end of construction, we think focusing on digital is another path for us to increase our revenue, and then also to adapt to the world and to the environment. Like you mentioned earlier, that everybody's going digital. We thought of sort of a continuation growth plan to utilize the needs and the wants of our consumers and also of our residents. It was an easy path for us to convert that and go digital, and as you're aware, we're focusing very much on that element. We've also, if you've noticed, if you're a regular and frequent visitor to the island, that we're introducing a lot of digital screens. We're heading a lot towards that technology sector. So I find it very crucial at this given time, especially with the vision we have from His Highness and the Vision to 2030, where they want to focus on the digital transformation. And we're always the pioneers and the leaders in the market that we're in. So we thought we could also consider it as an advantage, and at the same time to meet the mission and the vision that was appointed by our ruler and his cabinet. So that was the reason why we thought, okay, we might as well switch and transform the island and to go digital, since we already have the infrastructure right upon the construction of the island. So now it's time to utilize it and to be part of the vision and the mission.
I thought that you want to be market leaders in
We are.
sustainability and in technology.
I can proudly say that today, even within the real estate market, we're always the pioneers in that. Even when it comes to benchmarking on prices, everybody focuses on UDC. And a big example was from our competitors in the market. I can give you a live example. The first booth they asked about was UDC. And this answers your question and an answer to all that. Yes, we are the pioneers, and we always like our competitors to follow us rather than us to follow them.
Yeah, thanks, Hussein. Saad, in terms of, I suppose, my understanding is you do a lot of work in sort of property management and technologies leading to property management. Can you give us an idea of sort of, I suppose, the increasing efficiencies that you're seeing, and how do they come about with these new technologies?
Right. Thank you so much, guys, for this opportunity, right? And we saw a major shift post-COVID. Everybody has seen how technology has been adopted, right? And I think for real estate, there was a missing element of having a technology that was built for the real estate industry itself. And in MENA region, there are certain customizations that are required that are specific to MENA region. Now, the question that you have mentioned is how technology has included. So what we have done, or in the technology space, for the minor things like tenant move-in experience, tenant move-out experience, tenant onboarding experience, all this has been enhanced a lot, right? Wherein the manual process have been reduced and a lot of automation has been in. Now we have brought in AI, and there was a change that we have seen in how our users use our platform. Is now they are mostly inclined on using AI rather than going for any automated process as such. Like for example, we have something all in, you can talk to the AI, right, as you were mentioning. So each customer has got their own LLM, that's a large language model for the AI. So that the manager can ask how many rents are pending from the tenants, how much rent is pending, how have been the sales this year, right? So we have seen a lot of our clients who are more inclined towards using AI only than onto the interface application.
Thank you. Nazar, I suppose a bit like sustainability in terms of when you're looking at adopting new technologies, there's a cost element involved, and you're looking at sort of more expensive technologies. When you're advising clients, sort of how do you deal with that? How do you justify that the potential upfront capex in terms of for adopting these new technologies?
Yeah, that's a very important factor, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of clients look at it as a deterring element to their investments in technology, and maybe they're right. There are There are cases where the business case is not properly defined. There is a lot of name dropping in the technology. I mean, we can talk about all those fancy trends within AI, within the metaverse, 3D printing. A lot of technology and innovation is happening there. But as a developer in the real estate or in other sectors, is this all relevant for me? And this is where the important question around digital transformation. You need to have a proper roadmap that is aligned to your strategy, to your business strategy, and break it down into use cases which are as small as possible so you can try to implement it quickly and realize a return on investment quickly. And that requires a lot of capabilities. It's definitely easier said than done. You need to have a capable technology team who can look and filter the relevant technologies from the ones that are just hype at the moment. You need to have good grasp of the complexity of the technology, and can you implement that technology quickly to get a quick return on investment. So we advise our clients to think in terms of COEs, centers of excellences. For example, data is the key asset in any digital transformation. Before you talk about AI, Gen AI, IoT, you need to make sure this expensive technology that you're buying, you're able to fuel it with data that makes sense, that will yield an insight that is important to your business. So that's the importance of a center of excellence. It can help you do POCs for different use cases. You can focus on areas of the business where the risk is limited, to start building capabilities for your team, to start to look at the data. Is this data meaningful? Do we have the right data? How we can move and gather the right data? How we can clean our data? How we can integrate different systems to have the proper data gathered from those systems and utilized in the use cases. So this could be the best way forward in the digital transformation. In addition, you need the support from the management, because as we said, the use case is not always, or the return on investment is not always very clear, but you need visionary leaders who understand the importance of technology and support those use cases till there is some return on investment. And one way to do this, we've done it with several clients, is start to integrate again data and do dashboarding. Provide dashboards to the management, to the different layers of the management, about the key KPIs in your business. From real estate, of course, topics like property management, facility management. There are key KPIs that you want to monitor, and we've done that for one of our clients here in Qatar. And this is, let's say, the first milestone in going through your digital transformation, because when you start seeing your data and you start asking questions and you start to understand those systems are not integrated, this data is not available, you start to break the silos in your company and get access to the people who have the right answers, or you know that you don't have those answers and you try to get support from outside to get them.
Thanks, Nizar. Hussein, I'm kind of interested in terms of, from a practical point of view, in terms of technologies being adopted, I suppose, over the last couple of years. Your most recent development is Jawan Island, and you're in a competitive market. You know, you could be with new developments all over Lusail. So are you adopting new technologies from the sales and marketing perspective, virtual reality, anything like that? Any new initiatives that are coming on board?
So basically, after, from our last project and coming on to our new project, of course, there's a lot of research done into the market, locally and globally, to see what is the best sort of project that would cater. And there are a million projects in Doha, but people here want to be different, and in order for you to achieve that, it did take us quite a while. And then once that was done, we did adapt. We learned, we did travel around, see which is the smart cities, learned from them, of course enhanced on that experience and implemented it over here. So today in Jawan Island, right from the initial phase, was a smart city. Whereas you have the smart home automation systems, you have digital screens to provide them the marketing, you have the INVAC system, that's built underground, so that in order to for the trash to bypass that, you have we've reached down to the it's comes to the point where even entering your home, the smart system could trigger that this is the owner coming, so it opens the door, you get a welcome message. This is in Jiwan Island for the residential units. And then we've also, as mentioned earlier, with the chilled water pipe, you could measure how much flow is needed in order to keep your room temperature to a specific. So this digital transformation today is very highly needed, and in order to be different, it is a heavy investment.
And evolving very quickly by the sounds of it.
It's by the time we decide and choose one element, there is something that's been advanced 10 times better. So it is really difficult to be up to date. It would cost you a fortune, but at the same time, in order to be different, you can't be different and unique for a low price. There's always got to be a high price for that. Alhamdulillah, that's why, and we've even, in terms of, with UDC and most of the developments, people today are very confident, and this is a very important element in order for people to invest, where they have confidence in the developer, in the master developer. Alhamdulillah, with us at UDC, we've achieved that, and we keep on enhancing whatever solution we can. We even have the climatized retail arcade. It took us a while, but even when it comes to a technology like that, our technology is different compared to the other real estate divisions in the country. I'm not too. It's a very technical question, but I know from where I stand that it is different, because the way the air is blown out within the area is different to, like I said earlier. So we are trying to improve any angle or any area we can within utilizing whatever digital technology is out there in the market.
Always looking for the latest.
Always looking for the latest,
initiatives
always looking for the best,
Okay.
but at the same time, the best with the right
That doesn't last long.
investment to
There's
be
always
paid. Exactly. We don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by investing in technology that would not benefit us or the customer. So we always target what is the benefits and what is the needs, because when you talk about digitalization or a smart city, it's too vague. So we cater to the climate of our country, we cater to our clients, and at the same time, we're a development company that always willing to have high return on investment. So at the same time, we conclude that whatever software or system or smart solution we're using does not compromise us on the end goal of maximizing our profits as an investment company.
Yeah, absolutely, makes sense. Absolutely. Saad, Hussein mentioned there about smart cities, and I suppose, can you just give us an insight into how sort of modern technologies are influencing sort of planning decisions and sort of master planning in new development?
So, in terms of smart cities, one solution that we recently implemented was the smart door locks, right, for the tenants, as I said, for the tenant onboarding. Whenever there is a new property that a person wants to go in, right, he's automatically able to go into the property, and as soon as he opens the door, the Google Nest Home that we have actually implemented, and that welcomes and they says, if you have any question, you can ask me. So they can ask the area of this property, the rent of this property, and for that particular client, the sales have increased about 166%. I'm just talking about in Qatar, right? And the occupancy rates have been gone. I think about 8,000 properties are using our platform right now, the real estate CRM, right? So, and I think as the brother rightly mentioned, it's not just a vague technology. Like smart city is very vague term. We have to be more specific, right? So to be more specific on tenant, how, like you mentioned about tenant onboarding experiences, increasing the sales. Now facility management, tenant doesn't have to even open an app, right? It talks to the Google Nest Home and it raises the ticket. Right? They just have to show that, and that is being implemented, that is being used right now, right? Like as we speak, that is being used, right? So I think that's how it's slowly, step by step, it is being adopted. It cannot happen that this has converted into a smart city overnight, right? So one step at a time. Now people have seen smart lighting. It is available in the retail stores on Lulu, right? You can see smart lighting, you can see smart doorknobs, right? So a smart city is being slowly adopted, and eventually we'll see a time where, you know, we are talking about what we are talking about right now in the research is what we'll see in the reality on smart cities.
Okay, thanks, Ad. Nizar, I just want to ask you the question, but I'm going to open this up to anybody really. In terms of new technology, upcoming technologies that you've heard about and read about, is there anything that really excites you that think, well, wow, that's going to transform the real estate market?
Yeah, as mentioned before, there's so much technology advancements. My colleagues also spoke about that. Every day there is something new coming up. I mean, when we talk about Gen AI, this is now something on top of our minds, all of us. 1 year back, probably less than 5%, 10% of us had heard of something like that, but within 6 months now it's on the tip of everybody's tongues. We talked about smart cities. Now the trend everybody is talking about, which is also driven or coming from the East. And for us here in the region, we're very much influenced by the West and the technologies that come from the West. But China has a very interesting experience in terms of building new cities in record times, cities for the future, and we should try to look into the technology that they are developing there and the concept of the cognitive city, which would be the one after the smart city, is now an important one and gaining traction. A cognitive city basically is a city powered by AI, where transport, environment, all aspects are integrated. It's a city that's built on a platform that allows collaboration with other super apps from the private sector. It's a city that takes into account the privacy of the citizens and the sharing of information, but it allows you or provides you with a customized living experience as per your requirements as a citizen. There will be a lot of innovation, a lot of use cases coming up. But again, to come back to the point that is important in digital transformation, technology is not the most important element. The most important element is, what are my challenges in my business? Where would my business be in the coming years? And what do I need to support my business to get it there? And then you break that down into use cases, make sure that you have the capabilities within the company to deliver those use cases, and then go one use case at a time. Final thing to mention is the regulatory aspect. Also, we are seeing lately a lot of movement in Qatar, which is positive. For example, the topic of digital assets. It seems there will be some movement on the regulation with the Qatar Financial Center. Also, QCB is working on digital regulations like eKYC, payments. All of those are required for the other stakeholders in the market to be able to adopt this technology, and for us as consumers to consume this technology in a safe manner. Thanks.
Well, I think technology is transforming every industry, isn't it? It's not just real estate. I think, but I think a lot of us are hoping that we still have jobs in a few years and AI doesn't take over. I'd like to open it up to the floor. Is there anybody else who's got some questions for our panel? I think everyone's afraid of technology. You can take mine.
Thank you. Actually, my question or like my suggestion is basically for you yourself, like Johnny Hajar. Being an urban designer and like in real estate analytic, I have a concern. While we always do have discussions about technology transformations and new implementations in a mass scale from top-down approach, what I also personally feel here in Qatar, what needed is from a bottom-to-top approach where the end users or like the very small realtors as well as brokers, agents, the small developers all need to be equipped, or like they should be powered or empowered with the technology of the new technology, so that the economy or more sales and sellability can happen to the market, where the overall economy in current real estate scenario in Qatar can be changed. So what could or what can the government or like from top authorities could do to that?
I think that's it's very much a regulatory thing. I'm by no means an expert in technology. You know, obviously this is the way we're going, and everyone's going to be buying into this new technology. And I guess it's a matter of incorporating technology into and using technology to assist with the regulatory authority, new regulations coming in, and looking at it as from a holistic approach. And you know, what's going to work best for just the real estate market, but also the economy. And I think it needs just buy-in from everybody, and that's probably led by government. When it comes to the technology side of things, I don't know enough about technology. You know, it's really interesting to hear these guys talking about it, but I don't know enough about the technological side of it. But certainly, I think we're very much welcome the new regulatory authority. We don't know the details of it yet, and what it's going to encompass. But I think that, you know, it'll probably be a lot of data collection and a single place to have all this data that everyone can buy into. Brokers, the public will have, and there'll be one source of information, and that'll be on a technological platform, and probably be a government portal. But again, you know, I think it's a buy-in from everybody, and not just the real estate sector, not just technology. I think it's a sort of a strategic approach that everyone comes together, and that will be for the benefit of the economy, of the real estate market, for everybody in Qatar.
Add to it, I think there's also the big companies are more, what I felt is adopting to the technology. Like for example, Office 365, that is being used by now Amazon as well, now startups as well, right? So similarly, technology is available for the small and medium players as well, but how comfortable are small companies to adopt to these technologies? So the friction is coming from the other side as well, where the bigger companies, obviously they have a whole department to try out. Like, you know, when we go for enterprise sales, we have to talk to the procurement, the finance department, and so departments. But for us, we would prefer to sell it to the small players because it's more easier for us. But usually in our on-ground experiences, we see a friction there as well. That, you know, I think there's, I don't know, some bias that the adaptability at the smaller level is kind of slow.
Quickly, in the current era with the cloud technologies, actually this is a great opportunity for small and medium businesses to get the latest trends in technology if they have the right use case without very high investments. Because cloud, basically what it does, it's supporting the democratization of technology. You can go for a lot of SaaS solutions at the moment. Before, you needed to have the right infrastructure from hardware, software, licenses. It would cost you a fortune. So it wasn't the right thing maybe for small and medium businesses. But now with cloud technologies, with SaaS solutions, you can have more adequate investment if you're a small and medium business. And in Qatar, we have 2 hyperscalers at the moment with presence in the country. This is also very important in terms of data safety and data privacy. You have the data of your business residing here in the country within the applicable Qatari jurisdiction.
Hello? Is it working? Oh, it's working now. Thank you all very much, and gentlemen, thank you so much. That's really interesting. I'm not one for technology, so I learned a lot today. So thank you all so much. Hello. Hi, everybody. We do have one final presentation this evening. I'd like to welcome to the stage Tulin Hammett, partner of Collier Bristow, in partnership with Taj Real Estate. And the presentation is on investment in the UK and overseas, international tax and estate planning. My apologies. I believe it's going to take place in about 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Please join us for a very, very interesting session on investment in the UK and the overseas. We'll be starting off very, very shortly. In the next couple of minutes, have a very, very interesting presenter. Please join us.
Is it on now? Okay, perfect. Am I shouting? No. Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. I'm Tülin Hamid. I'm a partner at Collier Bristol Law Firm in the City of London. My specialty is tax law, especially for the foreign investors. And today I'm going to talk about a little bit taxes. I know it's not going to be very exciting subject, but when it comes to pocket, tax is the most important concept to consider. In my speech, first of all, I will start explaining to you if you wish to become a UK tax residents or live there, what you should do before you move into the UK for tax planning purposes. And then secondly, I will talk about the investors who wants to invest in the real estate in the UK and what will be the tax consequences of investing into the UK real estate. Somebody is having some fun there. Okay. There are two important connecting factors in the UK tax law to consider when you try to determine your tax liability before the HM Revenue and Custom in the UK. They are divided into, one is the tax residency of your status, and the second one is the domicile. I will firstly start with the tax residency. In the UK, since 6th of April 2013, now we have a statutory tax residency test, which means that all the requirements for individuals to become a tax resident, everything has been laid out in the legislation, black and white. And when we look at it from the foreigners, when I say foreigners, people who are not UK citizens or who are not living in the UK, there are two tests to consider. One is the automatic test, and the second one is the sufficient ties test. We always go and look at the automatic tax residency test first. For example, in the tax year, which in the UK runs from the 6th of April to the following year, 5th of April. So it's not a calendar year, 6th of April 2023, let's say, until the 5th of April 2024. And between those time frame, if you stay in the UK more than 182 days, you become automatically tax resident. There is no exception to this rule. Or if you start working for a UK company on a full-time basis, again, you become automatically UK tax resident. However, if you don't fulfill any of those automatic test conditions, then we look at the sufficient ties test. What is sufficient ties test? They look at your connecting factors to the UK on the one hand, and then how much or how many days you spent in the UK. And it's depending upon whether you were tax residents in the last 3 years. And the sufficient ties are family, so whether your spouse or your minor children, the children who are under the age of 18, whether you have available accommodation, it might be rented or you might own it, it doesn't matter. You might work in the UK, it doesn't have to be on a full-time basis. Whether you lived in the UK not more than 90 days in the last 2 tax years. Main country test generally doesn't apply to the foreigners. So if you look at the table in here, if you haven't been residents in the UK for any of the last 3 tax years, and if you only have one tie, you need to stay in the UK more than 180 days. However, if you have all 4 ties, so you have a family, you have a house, you have a work, and you stay in the UK more than 90 days in the preceding 2 tax years, you can become a UK tax resident by staying in the UK more than 45 days. And when you become UK tax resident, days they dropped. If you look at it, with the 1 ties, you can stay more than 120 days. And if you have 4 ties, you can become a UK tax resident more than 16 days. This is very important Because if you become a UK tax resident, then you are going to be taxed on your worldwide income and gain on a rising basis. There are exceptions to that, but the tax residency is really important. Oh, it is also important because when you decide to bring money from offshore to the UK, then the additional tax liabilities might incur. So we generally do, if the person who wants to invest to the UK, we make sure that he doesn't become a UK tax resident in the year that he brings the money to the UK. The second, the second important connecting factor is a domicile. And the domicile has a distinct meaning in the UK, which is completely different from the continental low countries. Because in the other countries, domicile means that wherever you live the longest. But when we look at the domicile in the UK, it has a more distinct meaning, which is defined by the legal principles. For example, we have a domicile of origin. Domicile of origin says that when you are born, whatever your father's domicile is at the time of your birth, your domicile of origin is your father's domicile. So let's assume that your father is a Qatari gentleman, and when you were born, he was still in Qatar, then your domicile of origin is Qatar. Of course, everybody can change their domicile later on. But just changing the countries doesn't mean that you changed your domicile of origin. You need to if you have an intention to live in that jurisdiction indefinitely and permanently, then we can claim that you change your domicile. For example, most of my Turkish clients, they come to the UK, they buy a house, okay, and they say, we are just here because our children are studying. When they go to university, I will go back to Turkey. Under these circumstances, Turkish domicile of origin hasn't been changed because they haven't formed an intention to live in the UK indefinitely or permanently. As you can see, domicile of origin is quite clear, but the domicile of choice is depending upon the people's intention and has been subject to so much case law. And for this, for tax purposes, legislator created a dim domicile provision. And the legislator said, even if you don't form an intention to live in the UK forever, but if you lived in the UK 15 tax years within the last 20 tax years, only for tax purposes, I will accept you as a dim domicile. So what will happen with my clients from Middle East or from Turkey, they come, we always advise them to go back before the 15 years is up. Because I will explain to you later, when you are not dim domicile in the UK, you have lots of opportunities, and your exposure to the UK tax is quite limited. When you pass that 15 years, you are unprotected. So generally, I always send my clients to somewhere else, let's say Monaco or Dubai, for 6 tax years. They go, they start being non-UK tax resident, and then 6 years later, they come back. And when they come back, we have a new clock running. So year 1, then they have another 15 years in the UK. When I was talking about the tax residency and domicile, you will understand why I have started with those 2 concepts, because they are really important when they look at the tax authorities on how they will tax you. we have a very good, which I don't know Labour Party plans to abolish, but we have a very good remittance basis claim option for the foreigners. So what is remittance basis claim? Legislation says that if you have a foreign income and gains, and if you don't plan to bring that monies to the UK, and each tax year, if you claim the remittance basis on your self-assessment return, you don't need to pay on those foreign incomes. So again, let's assume that you have a company in Qatar, you are receiving dividend income, you are receiving employment income, and so on. And you decided to live in the UK for 10 years while your children are going to the school. And if you claim remittance basis, any dividends that you receive from the Qatari company or employment income, you don't need to pay extra tax in the UK. Remittance basis is free claim for the first 7 years. So the 7 years you are just claiming it, you don't need to pay any fees to the HMRC. However, after 7 years, you start paying £30,000 each tax year to make this claim. And then after 12 years, you start paying £60,000 each tax years to make this claim. So you looked at your tax benefit. Should I pay £60,000 or should I actually pay the full tax and bring the monies to UK? And after 15 years, you have no right to claim the remittance basis anymore. Hence, I said the people are actually moving back to their home country for 6 tax years to come back and to start claiming the remittance basis claim again. And what we do when the people decide to move to the UK, in order to use their funds in offshore and bring them to the UK without paying tax actually. Because you have a remittance basis claim where while you are tax residents, any income that you earn, you don't pay tax. But at the same time, you need monies in the UK to live. So you might have a rent to pay, you might have a school fees and any other maintenance. So what we do, in the UK tax legislation, legislator says that if you have any foreign income and capital you earn before you become a tax resident in the UK, for tax purposes, that capital is clean capital. And when you bring those clean capital to the UK, you are not going to pay any tax. But unfortunately, the story doesn't end there. When you have the foreign income and gains, which is arising before you become a UK tax resident, that money needs to be segregated. So it shouldn't mix with any foreign income and gains which is earned after you become a UK tax resident. So what we do, we speak with the bankers, we segregate that clean capital, and we put some sort of restriction that there is not going to be any money into that account, and even the interest occurring on that amount is going to be deposited to another account. So when you segregate that account and any money that you take out to bring to the UK, you don't need to pay tax anymore. And also, you might receive a gift, or you might receive an inheritance from your parents, let's say. Those are clean capital as well, and you don't need to pay extra income tax or capital gain tax in the UK. In terms of the remittances, I just want to add one more thing. Some of my clients, they have They haven't done the pre-arrival tax planning. They haven't done their segregation exercise. And they use their Turkish credit cards in London and then pay off with their Turkish foreign income. Technically, if you get any services in the UK by using your credit cards, which is pay offshore, are deemed remittances. So I don't know how much you spend on your credit card, let's say £50,000. That £50,000 is going to be charged to the UK income tax. So when you come to the UK, you will not use your foreign credit cards anymore. And don't be so clever thinking about that. I am a tax resident, so actually my wife can bring the money. It doesn't work. And don't think that I will actually transfer the money in the name of my minor children. No, it doesn't work either. Yeah, we are stuck there. Yeah, I know, everybody does. Okay, UK estate planning. The first thing is that why we need a UK will. First of all, if you have any asset in the UK, the first advice that we will give it to people that you should have a UK will. And also, in the UK, which is quite different from the Turkish law, and I am quite sure that it's from the Sharia law as well, Sharia law, we don't have a forced heirship rules. So you can choose whomever you would like to benefit from your estate. You can give it to your next door, you can give it to a charity, you can even give it to your dog. It doesn't matter. Nobody forces you to leave your estate to your children or your wife. There are exceptions, but those exceptions doesn't apply to foreigners. So there are some rules under the Act 1975, but it doesn't apply to non-domicile people. And why we need to draft the will? Because if you don't draft the will, then the UK intestacy rule will apply. So we will just look at the legislation and distribute the asset, and it will go to the people that maybe you don't want to benefit from your estate. And we can also draft the will which will comply with the Sharia law requirement. Actually, because we have a testamentary freedom, we can draft the will which will comply with your wishes. So you can choose your executors, because in the UK, when the testator person dies, all the assets of the deceased doesn't automatically go to the beneficiaries, like in Turkey. In Turkey, father dies, in 1 second, the beneficiaries, they are the new owner of the assets. Unless, of course, you disclaim it. With the UK, it is not the case at all. So you will have the executors who will administer the estate, they will pay the IHD, they will pay the other estate debts, and whatever remaining, then the executor will distribute it. So generally the estate administration takes 2 years, 3 years. I have one estate that I have been administering for the last 7 years. It's too complicated. So you can actually choose your own executor, whomever you would like to actually follow your wishes in the will. So you can choose the Muslim people, you can choose the specific Muslim school people, and also you can create a letter of wishes which explains all your wishes and leave it to your trustees, executors to follow. And you can create a discretionary trust which will have all the assets in it in the trust, and then in 2 years' time, executors will distribute it in accordance with your wishes. You can also appoint Islamic expert to assist the trustees. So if they need any legal advice from the specific school, they can go ask them. They can even change the will if it is necessary. Sorry, I'm going back. Because I want to add one more thing in here. In the UK, we don't just draft the will because we want the testators to tell us their wishes. We also draft the will because you can create a UK tax efficient will. Because in the UK, there is an inheritance tax, and inheritance tax at 40%, quite a long, big number, and only the allowance that you can have is a nil rate ban, which is £325,000. So if you have a 1 million worth of assets in the UK, the first £325,000 is tax-free, and then the above is taxable at 40%. There is an additional relief there, but most of the time it doesn't work. That's why we arrange the UK will in a way that at least on the first death, there is not going to be any tax liability. This is because in the UK, we have a spouse exemption. So if you leave your asset outright or through the trust, life interest trust, to your spouse or to your spouses, to your legally married, more than one, there is no IHT payable. So what we do, even sometimes testator doesn't want to leave the asset absolutely to their spouses, we leave it on the life interest trust. Let's say the spouses, they can only get the income of the asset but not the capital. And then we terminate the trust, let's say in a year's time, and then we distribute the children without paying any inheritance tax. Okay, I will just talk a little bit about the real estate as well. And then we are done for the night. In the UK, you can hold the property, which could be residential or commercial, in the individual's name or in a company name. But it is my first warning, without charging you. If you are buying a property where you will live in it as a holiday home, or your child is going to live in it, please don't buy it in the name of the company. You don't have any taxable benefit at all. Plus, each year you need to pay a tax called ATET, which is quite a high tax rate. For example, if the property is 500 to 1 million each year, you need to pay 4,150, and these amounts change yearly, by the way. And if it is more than 10 million, you pay 139,550 pound, which is quite a huge number if you think about it. So, unless you want to rent your property to third parties on the open market, you shouldn't buy your residential property in the company's name. And when you buy a property in the UK, of course, first thing you need to think about it, inheritance tax, because the value of the UK property is subject to the UK inheritance tax at 40%. So you need to consider how you should have a will and how you should actually get the property in the name of your beneficiaries. And also we can do lots of planning. You don't need to die. While you are living, also we can do lots of planning options where your second generation actually can inherit it. If you buy it on the company names, and if you use it, or your wife uses it, or your children lives in it, you need to pay annual tax on envelope dwellings each year. And even if in the company name, there is no savings under the capital gain tax, inheritance tax income tax, and even the SDLT, stamp duty, land tax. So there is no tax benefit. Even the taxes that I just mentioned, you pay more if it is in the company name. Corporation tax, let's say that you have bought a residential property or commercial property, you are not living in it, you are renting it. Any profit that you earn from the rental income is subject to the corporation tax. And if your trading profit is less than £50,000, you pay 19% corporation tax. If it is above £250,000, you pay 25%, and between that is a marginal rate. It changes. And it's a non-UK tax resident. Let's say you are a Qatari, you are buying a property in the UK, you are not living in it, let's say you are renting. When you sell it, you have to pay non-resident capital gain tax in 60 days and at 28%. However, it is just the increased value. So you buy it for a 1 million, you sell it for a 1.2 million, you deduct all your expenses, so your lawyer fees, your surveyor fees, your SDLT, estate agents fees, then remaining is going to be subject to the capital gain tax at 28%. And if you are holding the property in your personal name and renting it, then you will pay an income tax. And our income tax rate changes from 20% to 45%. Okay. I think that's enough. Does anybody have any questions? Whether I have missed anything? Come on, I didn't warn you that much. Sorry.
And the money is transferred back to you, like, or to your bank account. I have to pay tax for this, you said?
No. We need to separate the situation. If you are not living in the UK...
But I'm renting my property there.
Yes, it's still you are not a tax resident there. Okay. So you are in Qatar, you are living in Qatar or in other countries, and you decided you wanted to buy a property. You went to the Abdullah Tamimi. He found you a very nice property there. There is no tax consequence to consider because you are not a tax resident. You can send your money freely without any tax option. However, when you bought it and when you rent it, you will pay income tax on the rental income.
Say that again, please. Repeat that.
Okay. If you are not tax resident, so if you are not living in the UK, when you send your purchase monies to the UK, you don't need to pay tax on that.
Okay.
But when you rent it, you receive a rental income.
Yes.
Then you have to pay income tax on the rental income. So you bought a property for 1 million, there is no income tax on the 1 million. But when you have, let's say, rental income of £50,000, then you will pay income tax on the £50,000. Maybe you are actually talking about the, I don't know whether I put a slide on that. Maybe you are talking about the stamp duty land tax. You know, when you buy a property, not because you brought the money is there, because you are buying a property, you pay stamp duty land tax on an increased level. So first £250,000 you don't pay tax. 250 to 925 you pay 5%, and up to 1.5 million 10 and over 12.
So anything less than 250 is zero.
Yes. However, there is always however in law. If you are not living in the UK 6 months in the 12 months period, you pay 2% extra. And if the property you are buying, if you already have a property in Qatar or anywhere else in the whole world, you are paying 3% more. So in total, for the first 250,000 pounds, you are paying 5%.
It's complicated.
It's completely different, yeah. These are the main rates. On the assumption that you are a UK tax resident, you are living in the UK, and this is your first home.
Okay, to make it simple for me. I have a studio.
You have a?
I have a studio in Liverpool.
Mhm.
It's rented to students. Okay. Now every quarter they transfer the rent to my bank account there.
Mhm.
Do I have to pay
Income tax.
income tax for that amount?
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, remember that there is a council tax as well.
Yeah, council tax council tax needs to be paid by your tenant.
Okay.
You are not responsible because you are not living there. It's rented, and your estate agent actually should deduct 20% at source before sending you the money. Yes.
So the tax is deducted already by
Oh, yeah.
them. So okay. So
Are
there is
you
not-
using estate agent to rent your property?
Yes.
Then they are paying it on your behalf at
Okay.
source.
So nothing for me to worry
Yeah,
about.
I don't think so. You just ask your estate agents to give you the tax certificates
Okay.
for the tax that they have been paying.
Oh, to keep it with me in case if they ask about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, please. I will have that.
Hello. Well, my question is Collie Bristow registered in the UK as a solicitor?
Yes.
Okay, the reason I ask is because we have a very big investor base based in the GCC,
Yeah.
and I feel like we struggle a lot with finding the right solicitor who will be able to advise on tax as well. And do you do both? Do you do...
Yeah, we have nearly 200 lawyers, so we cover the most of the law area. So we do conveyancing, as usual, and also we cover the tax as well. So my clients, I will talk with you because most of my clients also comes from the Middle East and from Turkey, and when they come to me, they are buying a new property. I always talk about the tax, and then we decide whether we should buy the property or how we should buy the property.
Okay, and do you also help clients to go through the AML process? Because
Yeah.
I think it's very important for GCC clients to understand this because it's very different
I know,
to
source-
what they face here.
If the compliance in the UK becoming stricter every day, and even the Turkey being on the grey list, I get quite a hassle from my compliance department too. But we are always there to help because we want the client. They pay us. This is how we live. We don't want to return the clients, but at the same time, of course, we have some requests for them to provide. And I never had issues apart from one client in my life.
And what was the issue?
Too much money without tax.
Okay. Thank you, Talin. That was
Thank-
very informative. Thank you for
Thank-
your speech.
You're welcome. Yep, done. Thank you very much for listening then. Thank you. Thank you.